All aboard for the ride. Enjoy the ride. See you at the bottom.
It's time for the show where high culture and pop culture collide. This episode of You Don't Know Jack, The Ride, is brought to you by Book Report of the Month Club. Our fifth graders read books, so you don't have to. And now, here's your host, Guy Towers.
Welcome. How you doing? My name is Guy.
My name's Guy, and I'm going to be your host for this game.
Buzz? Is that you?
No, Buzz isn't here.
What the hell's going on? What happened to Guy?
I'm Guy.
No, you're not Guy. You're Buzz.
Shh. Nobody'll know the difference. Come on, work with me here.
Don't worry, Helen. I'll take care of this.
Just stand back, Schmitty. This doesn't concern you.
Look, I'm up next, Buzz, not you.
I haven't had my turn, Schmitty. I haven't had my turn. I was supposed to go first.
Helen, was he really supposed to go first?
Yes, he was, Schmitty.
Wow, that's a drag. Well, you ready to go, Helen?
You guys are all hateful human beings.
Yeah, that's why we get paid the big bucks. Let's get going.
And now, here he is, the most dangerous man in trivia, Schmitty.
Okay, welcome to Story Time with Schmitty. Why don't you have a seat on my knee here, and Uncle Schmitty will read to you, like out of the sports pages or something. Now, what say we get this show on the road? Buzz in and lock on to the highest. I'm calling this one Washed Up Literary Characters. Wrap your head around this. If Robinson Crusoe were around today, in which of these restaurants would you most likely spot him looking for companionship? Howard Johnson's, Bennigan's, Applebee's, or TGI Fridays? Robinson Crusoe's companion on the desert island is named Man Friday. And man, he made a mean fried cheese platter. Buzz in for the bucks, baby. Okay, that was one of the worst choices I've seen. Here's your category. The literary canon, with a few more ass jokes. Look no further, here's your question. Suppose there's a new comedy version of the Brothers Karamazov starring the Wayans brothers. How many Wayanses will be needed to fill the roles of... In Dostoevsky's The Brothers Karamazov, there are three main brothers, plus the bastard brother, Smerdyakov. But if you've ever seen the Wayans brothers show, you know that they're all funny bastards. Up next, the Jolly Weatherman and other literary heroes. So, you know how Willard Scott always announces the birthdays of old folks on the TV? Well, if Willard Scott decided to honor the oldest surviving epic in the English language, which is an original manuscript of Beowulf is the oldest surviving epic in the English language. And, like the old folks, the manuscript is slightly soiled and wrinkly, but it has much better insurance. Hit the buzzer for the value on this one. Roadkill, dead ahead. Remember, when you see the item that correctly connects the pair, hit your buzzer. And pay attention to the right answers for the bonus round at the end. Now, we put the hammer down. The forward opinion and Joseph Walker's position. What unites these two? University and husband of Duchess. Underdog's girlfriend and Blank want a cracker? Score! Such Rush Forward and Charlie Brown's sister. Peter Jones and Conrad Ford Blank. Score! Actor Hanks and Male Cat. Blue Cartoon Hound and Type of Berry. Okay, bonus time. What do all of the correct answers have in common? Are they all of Mice and Men? Waterhouse 5. A Handmaid's Tale. Satanic Verses. The Adventures of Huckle... You got it! Did you know Huckleberry was censored? Probably because all the explicit rafting scenes. Here's your current score. You feel good about that? Let's keep going. Buzz reeled in a big one. Try this category. When bad things happen to cute, fuzzy animals. Hey, so that roadkill question is pretty cool, huh? All those animals getting splattered. It's kind of funny. Until it's one of your own. Huh. Then how funny is it? Oh yeah, how funny is it when your pet gets run over? Yeah, that's what I thought. Say your pet gets run over by a truck, and to ease your overwhelming grief, you... Shane doesn't have anything to do with pets dying. But if your pet cowboy ever runs away, it'd be best to avoid this one. Work that buzzer to choose the amount. Ka-ching! That's gonna count. Here's the category. Good book equals bad movie. Get it? Check this out. If the manuscript that Jack Nicholson's character writes in The Shining were adapted for the big screen, the unpublished manuscript in The Shining reads, "All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy," over and over. So everyone in the movie version would have the same line. And all work and no play makes this Jack pretty dull too.
Red drum.
Stop it, I hate that.
Red drum. Red drum.
I said
Red
stop
drum.
it! If that...
There was a romance novel king and Fabio was his name. Oh, F-A-B-I-O, F-A-B-I-O, F-A-B-I-O. I'd like to touch his butter.
Welcome to Fabio. Yeah. Remember to hit your buzzer when the first letter of the answer lights up. That's how you win the cash. Collect all 5 letters and I'll give you the bonus. Okay, ready, set, rock me. Burn the midnight flood. Earl. Blank of contention. Don't fight the hand that blanks you. Beads. He has unblanked to grind. Nice axe. Hit below the what? Belt. One more letter and the bonus is yours. Live in blank tower. Ivory. You got it. Fabio. That's it, my friend. Check out your score there. Make sure everything's in order. And we're moving on. Here's a little something I call... I want more. Like it or not, it's question time. If Iago from Shakespeare's Othello performed as a magician on Circus of the Stars, what would be his trademark trick? Sawing women in half, making handkerchiefs appear, pulling rabbits out of his hat, or disappearing? In Othello, Iago plants Desdemona's handkerchief on Cassio to make Othello think his wife has been unfaithful. But Othello didn't really believe it until after the circus, when he saw her sequin thong in Scott Baio's pocket. Hit that buzzer and, hey, kind of looks like you know what you're doing. Here's your category. I read banned books, if they have pictures. Here's the question. Which of the following titles did not make the list of the most frequently banned books in the 1990s? According to the book banned in the USA, George Orwell's Animal Farm is not among the most frequently banned books in the 90s in the US. Apparently, its ideas on socialism are considered not as threatening as the themes of Daddy's Roommate, Heather Has Two Mommies, or How to Eat Fried Worms. Buzz in and lock on to the highest value you can. Great selection. You want some trouble, my friend? You got it. Let's get into a Dis or Dat. The name of your Dis or Dat category is Poetry. Okay, I'm going to list off 7 names. And for each one, I want you to tell me if it's the name of a poet or a type of tree. Cash in for each one you get right, and you lose cash if you get one incorrect or don't get to it. You gotta get all 7 of them in 30 seconds. Let the magic begin. Spruce. Clap. Lowell. Mangrove. Malay. Linden. Otten. Well, damn. Shut me up pretty well, huh? That was great. Here's your current score. You feel good about that? Let's keep going. All right, buzz in and get your money's worth. The category is toasting marshmallows in the inferno. All right, imagine this one. You're casting a film version of Dante's The Divine Comedy using actors who share names with characters in the epic. In the third part of the Divine Comedy, a woman named Beatrice guides Dante through heaven.
Hello, Dante. I've been expecting you. Aspetta, un momento. Aren't you that uncompromising, enterprising, anything but tranquilizing? Never mind.
Hit the buzzer for the... Coming at you. The Starbucks stops here. Okay, everyone's familiar with Washington Irving's story of Rip Van Winkle, right? How he walked into the Catskills one day, he fell asleep for 20 years. Well... Suppose Rip Van Winkle had passed a Starbucks that morning because it has the most caffeine in it. Which of these 12 ounces of drip coffee has more than double the amount of caffeine contained in the 1 shot of espresso used in a 12-ounce espresso drink? All I know is after 12 ounces of coffee, I gotta take a serious Winkle. I want you to hit your buzzer and get the value of the next question. Here's your clue, and you can quote me on this one. In their own Are you listening to me? Hey, over here. In their own worlds. Okay, pay attention. Yeah, 7 for 7. You really kicked your own ass there, didn't you?
Salutations. You are now on the ride. Well, that's all I have to say. Hope to see you at the bottom.
It's time for the show where high culture and pop culture collide. This episode of You Don't Know Jack, The Ride is sponsored by the American Council for Assisted Suicide. Relax, we'll write the note for you. And now, please welcome your host, Josh Schmitty Schmitzenstein.
All right, this is the game, and just to keep things hopping around here, why don't you take a shot of Geritol? Go ahead, it's on me. So, you ready to take a ride? Don't worry, we won't go over 35. Buzz in for the... This one's called Old Fogies and Their New Tricks. You give me a right answer, I'll give you 4,788 smackaroos. And now the moment you've been waiting for. Say the oldest profession were practiced by the oldest member of Congress as of 1998. Who would get hauled into the... Senator Strom Thurmond from the beautiful state of South Carolina was, as of 1998, the oldest person to serve in the Senate. And I am in no way insinuating that the U.S. Senate is akin to a bunch of old hookers willing to put out for any lobbyist with a buck and a hard-on. It's just not my style. Hit that. That's a tall bank. All right. This category is... If I could turn back time, I'd still be an old coot. You know, one nice thing about growing older and retiring is you get more opportunity to travel. According to author Madeleine L'Engle, traveling through time might create... Better break out the oil of Olay. The Madeleine L'Engle classic is called A Wrinkle in Time. Buzz in and tell me how much the next question's going to be. The category's going to be... Knick-knack, paddywhack. Okay, as much as it pains me to do this, do you remember that song by The Knack? My Sharona? My Sharona, yeah, that one. Well, if the Knack sang my glaucoma, what symptom would they be lamenting? Misshapen eyes, excess pressure inside their eyes. I'm about to lose my sight, glaucoma. With glaucoma, the pressure inside the eye increases, damaging the optic nerve. My eye, woo. Hit that buzzer and try... Bingo.
Life's a bitch and then you die and get thrown in a grave. Oh, G-R-A-V-E, G-R-A-V-E, G-R-A-V-E. So have a real nice day, yo.
All right, this is your grave. Remember, to win the cash, buzz in when the first letter of the answer lights up. If you get all 5 letters, you win the bonus. Let's do it. Ancient comedian who played God. Menopausal women have low levels of what? Estrogen. Old-time stage entertainment. Vaudeville. Bodies blank in motion. Festival. Ugly veins. Varicose. Old furniture. Antiques. One more letter for the real cash. Woke up as old man Van Winkle. Ripping it up. Grandma's Fancy's Kitchen. Your mother's mother. 8 grand. Oh yeah. Grave. That's yours. Check out your score there, make sure everything's in order, and we're moving on. Work that buzzer to choose the amount. Coming at you. Giving your dog a bone, eh? Okay, so unless your parents hated you, you know the rhyme, Old Mother Hubbard went to the cupboard to give her poor dog a bone, right? Well, if old Mother Jones went to her cupboard, what could she? Mother Jones was a very prominent American Union activist in the 1920s. Yeah, life is funny that way. One minute you're fetching your dog a bone, the next you're smashing in scab windshields with it. Slap your buzzer and we'll find out how... Yeah, there's a nice one. Way to go. Your category is... I'm living off the government in Cincinnati. Time for the trivia. If Dr. Johnny Fever gets fired from WK, the only requirement for joining the American Association of Retired Persons is that you're 50 years or older. Or wear your pants up to your nipples, which would be a good look for Johnny. I want you to hit your buzzer and get the value. Roadkill time. Remember to buzz in on the item that correctly unites the pair on the screen. And we got a bonus question at the end that could mean even more cash. Okay, it's time to punch it. Time frames of opportunity and Microsoft operating system. What do these two things have in common? Cloudburst and Tried to Be's Party. Cover completely and Aladdin's Magic Transportation. Abundant crop and electric fun car. Score! Nixon Khrushchev debates and Hell's Blank, New York. Internet search mechanism and Lil Blank the Good. Strongman Charles and Ayn Rand's Blank Shrug. All right, let's go for the bonus. What do all of the correct answers have in common? Are they all parts of a hospital bed, senior citizen discounts, features of an RV, games oldsters play, creature comforts, old folks homes, creature comforts, senior citizen discounts, old folks homes, parts of a hospital bed, features of an RV. You nailed it! Alright, private. You must be a member of the Good Sam Club. Here's your current score. You feel good about that? Let's keep going. Alright, buzz in and get your money's worth. Okay, well, maybe you're just getting the hang of it. Here's your category. Who cares if it's lousy? It's free! Ready or not, here it comes. Suppose during your next hotel stay, you receive a free incontinental breakfast. A continental breakfast is a simple meal of toast or pastries with coffee or tea, and to be incontinent is to have a bladder you can't control. So, go easy on the coffee and don't expect the toast to be very dry. Buzz in. Up next, murder she probably committed herself. Now, the fun part. If Jessica Fletcher from Murder, She Wrote investigates a murder at Widow's Peak, what will the case involve? Investigating somebody's chest, prodding somebody's forehead, digging through some... A Widow's Peak is that point at the top of some people's hairline. And a Widow at Peak performance is when Jessica solves another murder within an hour-long program. She's the greatest. Buzz in for the bucks, baby. You chose wisely. Brace yourself, my friend. It's time for Dis or Dat. Here's the category for your Dis or Dat. These orthopedic shoes were made for walking. So I'm going to read off 7 cities, all right? And for each one, you just got to tell me if it's a Florida retirement community or an Arizona retirement community. Cash in for each one you get right, and you lose some cash for each one you get wrong or don't get to. Now you only have 30 seconds to answer all 7 points. Here we go. Sedona, Florida. Naples. Glendale. Sun City. Fort Myers. Mesa. Leesburg. That's the way you do it. Check out your score there, make sure everything's in order, and we're moving on. That looks good. Way to grab it. Try this category. This land is Dick Clark's land. Okay, back me up on this. Dick Clark has been around like forever, right? Well then, if Dick Clark had actually been part of the famed Lewis and Clark expedition, the Lewis and Clark expedition explored the Louisiana Purchase. And it turns out that President Jefferson paid for the Louisiana Purchase with his publisher's clearinghouse winnings. The category is, I want to live with a cinnamon nurse. Okay, looks like some sort of music question here.
Whoa, whoopsie. Sorry.
Forget it. It's too late now, old man. What do you want?
Well, somebody said that some fella named Neil Young was looking for me.
Yeah. Actually, he left you a note or something here.
Oh, no.
Yeah, here it is, right here. It's addressed to Old Man.
Oh.
What's the matter? You look,
Well, he wants me to do something, you see, and,
Well, what? What is it?
I can't. No.
All right, forget it. Forget it.
No.
Maybe somebody else knows. What does Neil Young want Old Man to do? In his song, Old Man, Neil Young wants Old Man to look at his life, because apparently Neil Young is a lot like Old Man were.
Well, Neil, old boy, that probably means you're going to have some trouble with the gallstones, and your left knee might
Thanks a lot, old man. You can go now.
You get some rheumatiz when you get older.
That's enough.
And then your anus prolapses.
Off with you! Buzz in and tell me how much the next question's going to be. Ready for a clue? Well, just remember, we're here to help. Lucky for you, because you're going to need all the help you can get. That's it. You got them all. I mean, you know, who the hell else was going to get them, right?
Welcome. The ride is beginning now. Again, welcome to the ride, and I'll see you at the bottom.
It's time for the show where high culture and pop culture collide. This episode of You Don't Know Jack, The Ride, is brought to you by Billy's Total Workout. Work out your waist and your wallet. And now, here's your host, Josh Schmitty Schmitzenstein.
Yeah, welcome to the game. Now here's a little bit of advice for you. If you really want to die young and leave a good-looking corpse, you should work out a little more. Okay, are you ready to lose 10 pounds and keep it off? That's the attitude. Let's go! Buzz in and lock. Coming at you. He's a fitness god. Okay, we all know about the god Atlas, right? He's holding up the world. If Atlas had used the same bodybuilding technique as Charles Atlas, what fitness program would be... Charles Atlas became the world's most perfectly developed man, yeah baby, through his technique of dynamic tension. And here's the god Atlas's version of dynamic tension.
I'm about to drop the world. Kidding, just kidding.
All right, buzz in and get your money's worth. All right, looking good, looking healthy. Here's your category. Those are the healthiest buns I've ever seen. So everyone's seen those Buns of Steel videos with Tammy Lee Webb, right? Well then. If Tammy Lee Webb's buns were actually made of steel, what would be their makeup? Copper and manganese, tin and aluminum, iron and carbon, or bronze and chromium? Steel is an alloy made of iron and carbon. I sure hope she dries herself thoroughly after her workouts. Otherwise, she could end up with rusty butt. I want you to hit your buzzer and get the value of the next question. Your category is going to be... That Richard Simmons is so cute, I could just eat him. Ready or not, here it comes. What would you see on the Richard Persimmons show? That's sweet. A persimmon is a fruit, so you'd see a fruit in a glittery tank top. Hit that buzzer, and the category is Young Men's Club Hopping Association. Here's the question. According to the Village People song, which of these can you not do at the YMCA? Get yourself clean, dance the night away, have a good meal, or hang out with all the boys. According to the song, you won't find any young men dancing the night away at the Y. Besides, health club rules strictly prohibit the wearing of feather headdresses on the Stairmaster. Buzz in for the bucks, baby. Fine choice. Brace yourself, my friend. It's time for Dis or Dat. This Dis or Dat questions category is... I'll have a six-pack and a case of endorphins. Okay, I'm going to read off 7 catchy-sounding names of abdominal workout products, okay? And for each one, you got to tell me if it's a real abdominal workout product or, a phony one that I just made up. Cash in for each one you get right, and you lose some cash for each one you get wrong or don't get to. You gotta get all 7 of them in 30 seconds. And we're off. Abdominizer. Ab slab. Ab blaster. Ab roller flush. Absolutely flat. Ab twister. Abracadabra. Now that is a lesson in Dis or Dat. Check out your score there, make sure everything's in order, and we're moving on. Slap your buzzer and This category is... Wow, chips! Okay, does this make sense? The FDA approved a food additive that requires a freaking warning label. So now even eating is bad for you. Great, I might as well just give up smoking and food, start eating the freaking cigarettes. So, suppose that in an attempt to eat healthier, you buy a fat-free, sugar-free product made with saccharin and olestra. Which of the following will not be on the warning label? May cause loose stools. Pregnant women may result in... Neither saccharin nor olestra have been shown to cause damage to unborn fetuses. Your cigarettes will take care of that. I know this guy who had saccharin, olestra, a couple of cigarettes, and then a glass of whiskey turned into a pile of dust on the spot. It's true. Get that buzz. Here's a little something I call the Surgeon General made me do it. Hey, do you remember when Surgeon General Jocelyn Elders got canned for making all those controversial statements? Well, if instead of getting rid of Jocelyn Elders, President Clinton had acted upon all of her controversial suggestions, which statement would the president not have made? My fellow Americans, Surgeon General Elders certainly never advocated shooting up, but she did suggest distributing condoms in schools, legalizing marijuana, and encouraging teens to masturbate instead of having sex. And if you're out there listening, Dr. Elders, I just want to say, I want to party with you, lady. Yeah, baby, come on. Buzz in and tell me how much. This one's called Fat Free. Look no further, here's your question. Say you want to cut back on fat by eliminating hip-hop artists from your diet because he's not a hip-hop artist, which is you are on fire. Kenny G is not a hip-hop artist. Word on the street is he's definitely fat-free. Work that buzz. Roadkill, dead ahead. Remember to buzz in on the item that correctly unites the pair on the screen. Don't forget about that bonus round. All right, let's step on it. That was Wounded Blank and Blank Jerk Reaction. What do these two items have in common? Score! Macaroni type and plumbing joint. Claw's long limb and chair type. Cad and then slice of bread. To pull yourself up, and Three Pigs' favorite part of the face. Sandwich you punch with, anti-Semitic force. Score! Pinocchio's downfall and all factory device. Okay, bonus time. What do all of the correct answers have in common? Are they all body parts that are You got it! Nice job. Now, quit picking at yourself and let's move on. Here's your current score. You feel good about that? Let's keep going. Hit the buzzer for the value on this one. I'm calling this one I worked out for your sins. Okay, so you know that Bible story about how Pontius Pilate sentenced Jesus to die, right? Well, anyways, suppose Jesus had met up with Pontius Pilates instead. What would have happened? Jesus would have been able to kickbox, Jesus would have had better body conditioning, Jesus would have known how to ride a bike, or Jesus would have had thinner thighs in 30 days. Pilates is a system of overall body conditioning that's taught in a lot of health clubs these days. Although Jesus always seemed like more of a dynamic tension sort of guy to me.
I'm about to die for the world's sins. Ha, just kidding. Oh, no, I'm not.
Buzz in and lock on to the highest value. That looks good. Way to grab it. Try this category. Home on the Power Rangers. Time for the trivia. If the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers had the physical ability to travel real fast without running, what might they rename themselves? The Mighty Morphin Power Walker? That goes in the win column. Moving real fast without running is power walking. But if they're Rangers, shouldn't they be power moseying? I want you coming at you. Getting fried the old-fashioned way. Like it or not, it's question time. If you were at Woodstock and someone gave you some essential fatty acid, what would you have just taken a hit of? Jerry Garcia, margarine, fried chicken, or soybean oil? An essential fatty acid is one that your body must have but can't make on its own, and one source is soybean oil. Yep, just a little drop under your tongue, and make sure you have a good friend with you. Jocelyn Elders, maybe? All right, buzz in and get your money's worth.
Is it hot in here, or is it just me? Oh, maybe it's your clue. What kind of fever? Oh yeah, I can feel the temperature rising already.
That's it, you got them all. I mean, you know, who the hell else was going to get them, right?
For the show where high culture and pop culture collide. This episode of You Don't Know Jack is sponsored by the Off-White Wedding Company. Been around the block a few times? Too pregnant to fit into one of those tiny dresses? We're there for you with over 300 not white virginal white bridal ensembles. And now, please welcome the one, the only, Schmitty.
Hello there, welcome to the game. You know, I should tell you that our relationship is going to be like a marriage. Yeah, sure, you'll struggle to make ends meet, and I'll stand idly by and mock you. Hey, that's the way my parents did it. So, we got the tin cans and the shoes tied onto the back bumper. Let's ride. The category is... Yes, I'll marry you. Now let's slaughter a goat. Wrap your head around this. Considering the name of the Greek god of marriage, what would be the most appropriate thing to burn at an altar after... Assuming she still got it. Yeah, right. The bride's hymen would be a fitting offering to Hymen, the Greek god of marriage. And I say if the bride is willing to do all that, the least the groom could do is offer up some roasted nuts. Buzz in. Hey, kind of looks like you know what you're doing. Here's your category. Something borrowed, something old blue eyes. Now, the fun part. According to the lyrics of the Sinatra song Love and Marriage, what is true about love and marriage? It's a better place than... They go together like a horse and carriage. And for all you married couples out there, I'll leave it up to you to decide which of you is which. Hit that buzzer and try to snag the highest value you can. Oh, nice one. You want some trouble, my friend? You got it. Let's get into a dis or dat. I like to call this dis or dat. How old is your youngest tax deduction? Okay, I'm going to read off the names of 7 married TV couples, all right? And for each one, I want you to tell me if they have kids or don't have kids. Simple enough. Cash in for each one you get right, and you lose cash if you get one incorrect or don't get to it. Now you only have 30 seconds to answer all 7 points. Let the magic begin. The Howells, kids are the Jeffersons, the Grandins, the Merchants, Petrie, the Ropers, the Civics. That's the way you do it. Check out your score there, make sure everything's in order, and we're moving on. Buzz in and tell me how. Very nice, respectable. This one's called Incest Really Is Best. Check this out. If the Beverly Hillbillies wanted to put incest to the lifelong test, which couple could not legally marry? Ellie Mae and Jethro? Jed and Ellie Mae are father and daughter, so their marriage would be illegal. But it sure would make for a right interesting next verse in the Ballad of Jig Clampett. Woo, dog! Work that buzzer to choose the amount. Ka-ching! That's gonna count. Here's the category. Going to the chap. Hell. Look no further. Here's your question. Considering the earthly ramifications of Persephone marrying Hades, what should a considerate Persephone get all her bridesmaids to wear at her wedding? Level 50 sunblock and shades. Rain. In Greek mythology, winter exists because it's the 4 months a year Persephone must spend in hell as Hades' unwilling bride. And for the first time in the history of weddings, the bridesmaids will actually be able to wear their outfits more than once. Hit the buzzer for the value on this one. The category's gonna be Shake Those Giblets. Like it or not, it's question time. If you go to hell and are forced to do the chicken dance for all eternity, there's no ground pecking in the chicken dance. And you know, in hell, they take it one step further and make you do the chicken dance to the tune of Moni Moni with Persephone. Hit that. This category is She's God's Angel Now. Okay, imagine a lost episode of Charlie's Angels in which Farrah Fawcett's character Jill is married and then dies. If the characters observed the sororate custom of marriage, who would Jill's hubby receive as his new wife? Whoever Charlie decides to appoint. The sororate custom states that Jill's sister would become her husband's new bride. And the happy new couple would be known as Mr. and Mrs. Lucky Son of a Bitch. I want you to hit your buzzer. There you go. Try this category. He said but. Okay, so you remember when all you could see in all the newspapers and Letterman's top 10 lists was this Joey Buttafuoco? Oh boy, did that guy give marriage a black eye. Not only adultery, but statutory rape. And then the Amy girl shoots the wife in the face. Come on, it's enough to put you off marriage forever. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, here you go. How do you spell Joey's last name? There you go. It's Buttafuoco. And Buttafuoco was his name, oh. Hit that buzzer and try to snap. I smell roadkill. Don't forget, smack that buzzer to grab the item that correctly unites the 2 items on the screen. And pay attention to the right answers for the bonus round at the end. Okay, it's time to punch it. Sprays droplets of water and masculine title. What do these 2 things have in common? Third, and blink and tell. Score. Hokey tokens and British French fries. voice and becomes a law. Lose heat and blank tag. Past tense suffix and gym class equals biz blank. Score. Not on drugs and not dirty. Score. Now for the bonus. What do all of the correct answers have in common? Are they all famous Mr.? You got it. Yeah, they're all misters. That makes you a Mr. Master. Here's your current score. You feel good about that? Let's keep going. Buzz in for the bucks, baby. This one's called To Protect and Serve Each Other Till Death Do Us Part. Ready or not, here it comes. Say that some of America's best police partners want to become life partners. Which couple would be the first to be recognized by their home state as married? Joe, a Hawaii circuit judge determined that denying same-sex marriage licenses in Hawaii was unconstitutional, the first time that had ever been done in the U.S. Book us, Dano, for a 2-week honeymoon cruise in the South Pacific. All right, buzz in and get your... I'm calling this one Another Yawn at the Opera. Time for the trivia. Given his former occupation, what service could the title character in Mozart's The Marriage of Figaro from The Marriage of Figaro was also the title character in The Barber of Seville?
Oh no, I've given you all the same haircut, and now I can't tell you apart.
Buzz in and lock on to the highest depth. Here's a little something I call... Can I help you? Check this out. Which of these would you have seen in a movie entitled My Best Friend's Wedding in Cana? Dermot Mulroney drunk on water. The Wedding in Cana is a story from the New Testament in which Jesus turns water into wine.
No more water.
Okay, but now we have to baptize you!
Hit the buzzer for the value on this one. If anyone present knows of any reason why I should not give a clue, let them speak now or forever. Ah, hell, here's your clue. With this I be wed? Yeah, that's what my first wife said. Check's in the mail, honey. Thanks for listening. Yeah, 7 for 7. You really kicked your own ass there, didn't you?
show where high culture and pop culture collide. This episode of You Don't Know Jack, The Ride is sponsored by your local chapter of God-fearing, red-blooded, patriotic, commie-hating militias of America. Better dead than well-read. And now, here he is, the most dangerous man in trivia, Schmitty.
All right, welcome to the game. And remember, no spying and no cheating. I don't care how badly you've been hurt. Well, it's no stealth bomber, but let's ride. Work that buzzer to choose. Coming at you. Left out in the Cold War. Okay, it's party time with 3,653 of my best friends. Based on the name of the U.S. policy toward the USSR's expansionism in the 1950s, what would you expect the U.S. plan to limit Soviet influence back in the 50s was called containment?
General, Plan A didn't work.
Damn. Bring on Plan B, depleted Ziploc baggies. I'm calling this one the Common Cold War. Now, the fun part. If you were to wage a cold war against the common cold, on what would you be spying? Colds are caused by viruses.
What's going on there, Agent 12?
How the hell should I know? I can't see him. Great, now I'm sick.
Buzz in and tell me how. The category is better dull than red. Wrap your head around this. Which of these is not a dull fact about staunch anti-communist John Foster Dulles? He became vice president in 1959. He had 2 secretaries of state in his family. Oh, gosh, excuse me. He helped negotiate a treaty with Japan, or he wrote books about international relations. He never became a vice president. In 1959, he died.
I didn't know such thing.
Yes, you did, Mr. Dulles. Which doesn't necessarily preclude him from carrying out the duties of the job.
Are you implying the American political system is not the best in the world? Are you some kind of communist, young man?
No, sir, Mr. Dulles. No, sir.
Well, that's good. Did I mention my favorite color is gray?
No, you hadn't mentioned that.
It's true.
Oh. Hit that buzzer and grab the highest value. This one's called I'm Getting Annoyed. Here's the question. If the domino theory applied to Domino's pizza delivery, which statement would be the most accurate? If pepperoni... That's good. The domino theory held that should Vietnam fall to the communists, the rest of Southeast Asia would fall in 30 minutes or less. The category's gonna be chilling Soviet leaders.
Did you know I like talking on the telephone?
No, Mr. Dulles. I hadn't heard that.
Communist.
Anyway, if you were to practice the Soviet policies of glasnost and perestroika on your refrigerator, what would you most likely do? Seal it off and... Glasnost means openness, perestroika means restructuring. These policies helped end the Cold War. Hey, and while you're in there, clean out those old Tupperware containers, will you? They smell like Bolshevik. All right, buzz in and get your money's worth. This category is that vitamin is the bomb. So, do you remember the B-2 or the stealth bomber, the undetectable craft that was our massive new weapon against the Soviets? Well, if the B-2 stealth bomber had the same properties as vitamin B2, what would be the best new name for it? Vitamin B2? It's also known as riboflavin. Our first line of defense against the evil forces of respiratory problems. Hit that buzzer and try to snag the highest value you can. Sweet fancy Moses! Check out the opportunity you have to win here. And now, right before your very eyes, Dis or Dat. The name of your Dis or Dat category is the Great Space Coaster Race. Now, I'm going to read off 7 space firsts, right? And for each event, I want you to tell me if it's an American first or a Soviet first. Cash in for each one you get right, and you lose some cash for each one you get wrong or don't get to. You got 30 seconds to get all 7. Here we go. First satellite to first dog is first man. First woman. First man to walk. First crow. First man space. Hey, in case you didn't notice, that's a perfect score. Check out your score there, make sure everything's in order, and we're moving on. But here's a little something I call, if trees organized a forest, would anybody hear? Time for the trivia. If members of the John Birch Society decided to plant a society of birch trees, which of the following landscaping principles would they definitely not choose? A few trees get most of the soil's nutrients. All trees share the John Birch Society is a group of ultra-right-wing anti-communists, so they would hate the idea of trees sharing the soil equally. But I wouldn't worry about those John Birch people. Their bark is a lot worse than their bite. Buzz it. I'm calling this one corpses that sell out. Man, I don't know what sickens me more. The fact that Gorbachev did a fast food commercial, or that commercials are using dead stars like Fred Astaire and John Wayne to sell products. Suppose you see a commercial using the famous image of Nikita Khrushchev banging something on a table during his UN. Back in 1960, Khrushchev got all bent out of shape in front of the UN, and he started banging his shoe on a table. It was great.
We will bury you with these very cool and comfortable shoes.
Hit the buzzer for the value.
Bingo.
There was a comic with one catchphrase, and Smirnoff was his name. Oh, Y-A-K-O-B, Y-A-K-O-B, Y-A-K-O-B. Oh, what a country.
Welcome to Yakov, comrade. Remember, to win the cash, buzz in when the first letter of the answer lights up. Collect all 5 letters, and I'll give you the bonus. All right, we're going in. Soviet Spy Agency. KGB. Stoli Smirnoff Absolute. Cheers. Point K-47. Hey! The Hunt for Red Flame. Aye, aye. One more letter for the real cash. Warsaw Pact Country, Al for short. Impressive. Gagarin's first name. Yuri Wright. Way to go. Yakov. That belongs to you. Here's your current score. You feel good about that? Let's keep going. Work. Yeah, there's a nice one. Way to go. Your category is Rockin' Over Russia. Check this out. Based on the class of spy plane he flew, what band would you have expected Francis Gary Powers to be listening to on it? In 1960, the Soviet Union captured U.S. spy Francis Gary Powers after shooting down his, drumroll please, U-2 spy plane. And the worst part was that the U.S. government still didn't find what they were looking for. Hit that buzzer and grab the high. All right, that'll work just fine. Tell me what you think of this category. Our new ambassador to the UN, Bozo.
I don't like clowns. They scare me. I think I'll leave.
Oh, well, if you feel you have to. I'll see you, Mr. Dulles. Okay, so, if you want to become a clown and want your clown name to reflect your interest in treaty organizations, you rock my world. Otto is a car. You know, those tiny little things you and 20 of your clown friends pile into and drive around in. Buzz in and tell me how much the next question is going to be. Let's see if this clue cuts it for you. Yet another job for my fancy pants army knife.
which of course I keep in my fancy pants. That's it, you got them all. I mean, you know, who the hell else was going to get them, right?
Time for the show where high culture and pop culture collide. This episode of You Don't Know Jack is brought to you by Twigs and Leaves Bathroom Tissue. Extremely natural toilet paper. Now with 50% fewer thorns. And now, please welcome your host, Josh Schmitty Schmitzenstein.
Hey, how you doing, nature lover? Look, I just want to remind you that if you love something, set it free so it can come back, tear off your arm, and beat you with it. Now, what's that old saying? It's not nice to take Mother Nature on the ride. Oh well, too late now. Slap your buzzer and we'll find out how much is coming at you. Fashion is a mother. Nature. You give me a right answer, I'll give you 4,788 smackaroos. And now the moment you've been waiting for. Suppose instead of frosting your hair, you want to get a permafrost. At what latitude should you look for a beauty salon? 0 degrees, 23 degrees south? The Arctic Circle and all its permafrostiness begins at 66 degrees north latitude. And after you bleach your hair, you can tan in the 24-hour sunlight. The category is dancing the way nature intended it. Look no further, here's your question. Say you're singing and acting out your own version of I'm a Little Teapot. You're so cute. If you wanted to show your audience your water spout, what would you need to do? Pretend you're an underwater volcano, pretend you're a tornado on a lake, pretend you're a geyser, or present them your genitalia and some towels.
Oh, honey, sing your little song for the Hendersons.
Hold on to the handle! Hold on to the handle!
A tornado that touches down on water is a water spout, short and stout. I want you. The category is going to be a battle of comic proportions. Okay, picture this fight between the Thing from the Fantastic Four and the Incredible Hulk. Say the Incredible Hulk smashes the Thing into tiny pieces. Given the geological term for this process, what might the Hulk say after the fight? The geological term for how rocks or minerals split apart is cleavage. I understand the whole thing started when the Hulk made some comment about the Thing's low-cut dress. All right, buzz in and get your money's worth. You chose wisely. You want some trouble, my friend? You got it. Let's get into a dis or dat. This dis or dat category is called Mother Earth on Ice. All right, then. I'm going to read off 7 items, and for each one, I want you to tell me if it's a force of nature, a National Hockey League team nickname, or both. Cash in for each one you get right, and you lose cash if you get one incorrect or don't get to it. You got to get all 7 of them in 30 seconds. And we're off. Devils, force of nature, and hurricanes, glaciers, lightning, avalanche, hail, Canadiens. Oh, damn, shut me up pretty well, huh? That was great. Check out your score there, make sure everything's in order, and we're moving on. Buzz in and lock on to the highest. This one's called If You Need a Real Manly Man. Okay, you ready? See if you can tell me who placed this personal ad. Single hairy male in search of single female who's really into the great outdoors, likes spending time with my pet bear and helping clueless tourists survive in the wild. Grizzly Adams was that guy who lived in the woods after he was accused of a crime he didn't commit. Although I'm thinking after all those years in the woods, he did commit a crime or two against hygiene. Buzz, here's a little something I call Kmart and the electromagnetic spectrum. Okay, say that instead of blue light specials, Kmart had ultraviolet light specials. Because they can see ultraviolet light, which of these animals could take advantage of the bargains? Owls, humans, bees, or bats? Bees are the only ones among this group capable of seeing ultraviolet light.
What do you think of this blouse, Marge? I'm not wild about stripes.
Hit the buzzer for the value on this one. This category is Food of the Gods. Excuse me. Like it or not, it's question time. Imagine you make a pan pizza with the help of the Greek god Pan. Considering what kind of creature he is, which of these ingredients could he provide himself? The oregano, the Canadian bacon, the goat cheese, or the grilled chicken? The Greek wilderness god Pan was part goat. Hey, and maybe a mermaid will drop by in case you need some anchovies. Buzz in, coming at you. If I smell good, I'll get laid. Ready or not, here it comes. Say you try a new perfume called Essence of Bioluminescence. What will it most... Bioluminescence is what makes lightning bugs glow.
Darling, you look absolutely radiant tonight. Now, if I could only let you out of this jar.
Hit that tuning fork, Hassenpfeffer. Okay. I see what's going on here. It's another gibberish question. You know, it's not easy being right all the time. Here's your real gibberish category. Cold hands, warm fart. Remember, the sooner you buzz in, you make more money. Okay, check out this gibberish phrase. See if you can figure out what it rhymes with. Live to poot. Won't you toot? And don't let that punctuation trip you up. Now's the time to type in your answer and hit... And in a related campaign, the New York Department of Transportation came up with one for the subway system. Give a shit. Don't you spit. Work. The category is David Cassidy, teen idol with a beak. Now the fun part. If the Partridge Family were actually a family of partridges, what would Mrs. Partridge call her kids? Cheapers, peepers, jeepers, or baby partridges? That feels good, don't it? Baby partridges are called cheapers, or Chris and Tracy. Slap your buzzer and we'll find out how much the next question's gonna be. I'm calling this one. It's the holidays. Where's your sponge? Hey, if you're anything like me, you realize what wonderfully helpful things natural sponges are to have around the house. Well, considering the part of the sponge that's used to make commercial sponges, what holiday decorations could you use them for? Decorative Easter eggs, silly hats for New Year's, little hats. A natural sponge like you can buy in the store is the skeleton of that beast. So go ahead and hang them up for Halloween. And if you really want to scare the kids, you have a little spaghetti sauce on there. It looks just like blood. I want you to hit your buzzer and get the value of the... Reeled in a big one. Try this category. If a tree falls in the forest, it's not my problem. So you've probably wrestled with the puzzle about if a tree falls in the forest, does it make a sound, right? Well, you're gonna love this. If a tree falls in the forest and you are there, which of the following is true? You'll see it fall before you hear it. You'll hear it fall. Light travels faster than sound, so you'll be able to see the tree falling before you hear it. Although if you're anything like me, you probably still won't give a damn whether it makes a sound or not. Buzz in and lock on to the highest value you can.
Oh, you're looking a little under the weather. Maybe this clue will help. Uh-oh, looks like that's all you're getting. Hope you brought an umbrella. Good luck.
Yeah, 7 for 7. You really kicked your own ass there, didn't you?
Time for the show where high culture and pop culture collide. This episode of You Don't Know Jack the Ride is sponsored by Skyfib Solutions. Can't tell lies because you can't think fast enough? Skyfib puts the power of instant pager messaging to work for you and your web of lies. Be ready to ad lib with Skyfib. And now, here's your host, Schmitty!
Hello, welcome to the game. Gee, all in all, you don't look as hairy as Uncle Tony. You got that going for you. Well now, some people believe there is no bottom, that it's all a cruel hoax. Well, you may never know unless you ride. Hit that buzzer and try to snag the highest value you can. I should make you pay me for that one. Try this category. Heinous hoax or human habit trail. Okay, it's time for a little true-false action here. When you think you know the answer, buzz in and type the word true or false. You got it? All right. That thing about you-know-who and the gerbil really happened. Make me proud. Of course it didn't happen. And he'll never know what he's missing. All right, I said too much. All right, buzz in. This category is... Girl, you know it's a hoax. Wrap your head around this. What does the phrase Milli Vanilli mean in Turkish? Absolute truth, positive energy, lamb with yogurt sauce, or run-of-the-mill vanilla? Positive energy. But don't use that phrase when you're actually in Turkey. They'll assume you're a fan of the band or a new age freak, and either way, you'll get the tar beat out of you. Buzz in for the bucks.
Bingo.
There was a con man full of crap and fraud was his game-o. F-R-A-U-D, 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 and fraud was his game-o.
Hello and welcome to Fraud. Remember to hit your buzzer when the first letter of the answer lights up. That's how you win the cash. If you get all 5 letters, you win the bonus. Okay, come on. Fake name. Alias. April Blank. Fools. Dick Van Dyke is Blank Petrie. Oh, Rob. TV show David Cassidy, Man Blank. You saw that? One more letter and the bonus is yours. Pitching motion in softball. Nice pitch. You blank rat. Dirty. Right on. Fraud. That's it, my friend. Here's your current score. You feel good about that? Let's keep going. Work that buzzer to choose. Your category's gonna be Better Loch Ness time. Hey, did you know that famous blurry picture of the Loch Ness Monster was revealed to be a hoax in 1994? Well, considering what was used as the Loch Ness Monster's body, the Loch Ness Monster's body was revealed to be a toy submarine. And in another hoax, the Loch Ness Monster's footprints turned out to be the footprints of a hippo, which means somewhere out there, a toy submarine walks the land on hippopotamus legs. Buzz in. Here's a little something I call, got a package for you. Okay, it's analogy time. See if you can finish off these comparisons. Hairdresser is to The Crying Game as opera singer is to Godspell, M. Butterfly, Amadeus, or A Room with a View. Just like the hairdresser in The Crying Game, the opera singer in M. Butterfly is, well, I don't want to spoil it if you haven't seen it already. Let's just say that, how should I put it? The woman is actually a man, you know? Do you get my drift, huh? Hit the button. This one's called Cass in Your Chips. Here's the question. If characters from the TV show Mama's Family were to die in the same way that Mama Cass died, what would audiences see? Vinton having a heart attack, Aunt Fran... Contrary to popular rumors, Mama Cass died of a heart attack. Okay, now you can relax and eat all the freaking ham sandwiches you want. Hit that... I'm calling this one Sufferin' Succotash with a side of rice. Okay, imagine this crazy cartoon caper. In their latest madcap misadventure, Sylvester the cat force feeds rice to Tweety. What will most likely happen to the poor widow songbird? He'll be unable to breathe. His stomach... Contrary to popular wedding belief, rice does not cause a bird's stomach to explode. You know, if that cat would just ask the damn granny to cook him up some chicken, we could put this whole cat-bird chase thing to rest. That'll work. Try this category. If you play it backwards, it sounds like crap. Like it or not, it's question time. Considering the Beatles' song that contains the phrase, I buried Paul, where does Paul's body lie? Nowhere, man. With the Fool on the Hill, in Strawberry Fields Forever, or in a yellow submarine. The fade out of Strawberry Fields Forever contains the phrase, I buried Paul. Either that or they're saying cranberry sauce. Cranberries, strawberries. They really had a thing for fruit, didn't they? Buzz in for the bucks, baby. The category is... The Olsen twins are at the bottom of this. Ready or not, here it comes. Considering the rumors surrounding the movie 3 Men and a Baby, what would be a more appropriate title for the film? 3 Men, a baby, and a dead boy. 3 Men and a black market baby. 3 men on average. The big rumor is that in one scene, you can see the ghost of a dead boy standing behind some curtains. Turns out it was just a reflection of the lone audience member. This category is... What is this grunge you speak of? Hey, did you ever hear about that article in the New York Times that was supposed to be a glossary of grunge lingo, but actually it was a fake? Which of the following is not a phrase that was passed off as grunge speak in the article Lexicon of Grunge, Breaking the Code? Cobain Brain, Lame Stain, Tom Tom Club, or Cobnobbler? Megan Jasper, the woman who pulled the prank on the New York Times, never used the term Cobain Brain. But she did try to pass off the word cool as a popular phrase with the kids. Cool. Who's she trying to kid? I want you to hit your buzzer and get the value of the next question. Very nice. And now, right before your very eyes, Dis or Dat. The name of this Dis or Dat is... What a drag. Now, I'm going to read off 7 names, and for each one, I want you to tell me if it's a real woman or a fake woman. Cash in for each one you get right, and you lose some cash for each one you get wrong or don't get to. Now, you only have 30 seconds to answer all 7 points. Let the magic begin. RuPaul, real or fake woman? Victor Victoria. Doubtfire. The Kinks' Lola. Joan of Arc. Denzel. Tootsie. El perfecto, mi amigo. Take some pesos, why don't you? Check out your score there, make sure everything's in order, and we're moving on. Work coming at you.
Yea, verily, the verisimilitude lieth yon.
Okay, you know how some people don't believe that William Shakespeare wrote all those plays, right? Well, who really wrote Shakespeare's plays? That's right, Shakespeare's plays were actually written by extraterrestrials.
Wait a minute, Schmitty?
What?
What are you talking about? Aliens didn't write Macbeth.
Oh, please, don't be so naive. All right, buzz in and get your money's worth. Guess what? I'm not gonna give you a clue this time. Well, maybe I am, but remember, it's all based on a lie. No, really, that's your clue. Would I lie to you? Okay, let's check out your final score. There it is.
for the show where high culture and pop culture collide. You Don't Know Jack is brought to you by Suburbia, suburban community living with only the people you like. And now, here's your host, Josh Schmitty Schmitzenstein.
Hey there, how you doing? Oh, I don't know. What do you want to do today? You want to just hang out at the mall? Okay. So, we don't need no Mall of America amusement park. We got a ride right here. Hang on tight. Hey, kind of looks like you know what you're doing. Here's your category. But Suburbia is our cultural wasteland. Okay, say you're a mother in the suburbs with 3 screaming kids and no help from your husband. Isn't that always the way? Well, bottle up your anger and imagine this. You send your kids out to play in the cul-de-sac. If you translate, sack means bag and cul means bottom, or in slang, ass. But if you're skateboarding, be careful you don't wipe out in the ass of the bag. Slap your buzzer and we'll find out. Okay, that was one of the worst choices I've seen. Here's your category. Will someone please think of the suburban children? Okay, the census tells us that households in the suburbs have 2 parents, a house, 2 cars, a dog, and 2.5 kids, right? Well, if everyone in town has just half a kid in their family, who is probably in charge? King David? King Solomon is the wise biblical king who's famous for settling a custody battle by suggesting a baby be cut in half so 2 different women could share it. It's a great story. Look it up. It's not a real popular custody ruling in the suburbs because, you know, it's tough to get half a kid into a good preschool these days. Hit that button. I'm calling this one Honey, I Shrunk the Yuppies. Okay, so first there were young urban professionals we called yuppies, right? Then there were buppies, and now we got dinks. Well, if you buy shrinky dinks, what demographic will you be coloring and then shrinking in the oven? DINK is an acronym for double income, no kids. And the shrinky part is a dink's dream. Low-cost plastic surgery. Buzz in and lock up. It's not a speed bump, it's roadkill. Remember, when you see the item that correctly connects the pair, hit your buzzer. And we got a bonus question at the end that could mean even more cash. Time to start grinding your gears. Let's do it. Famous dolphin and scuba footwear. Where do these items intersect? Archery equipment and discount store chain. Score. Full speed equals full blank and jousting tournament. Toilet tool and person who dives from tall buildings. Score. Students want extra blank and buying with plastic. Years and get laid. Car bender and excess crops. Okay, shifting gears into bonus. What do all of the correct answers have in common? Are they all card games? Small clothing stores. Pinball machines. You nailed it. Great. Now, tell me something. Have you heard the term video game? Let go of the 70s. Here's your current score. You feel good about that? Let's keep going. Buzz in and tell me. This one's called Skinny dipping is an exhibition sport. You know, most people think pool hopping is just jumping in and out of some stranger's pool and running off to the next one. But I'm telling you, it takes skill and training, like any sport. Suppose pool hopping were part of the modern pentathlon. Which of the following would Olympic athletes not do between dips in the pool? Mount a horse, fence, ride a bicycle, or shoot a pistol? The modern pentathlon includes swimming, fencing, shooting, running, and riding horses, not bikes. So after they jump in their neighbor's pool, they'd also be able to leave flaming bags of horse duty on their front porches. Ah, youth. Buzz in. Your category's gonna be fake vomit. Get your fake vomit here. Time for the trivia. If ubiquitous novelty store Spencer Gifts had been founded by historical figure Herbert Spencer, what would its ad slogan most likely be? Fundies are only for the aristocracy. Only the fittest. Herbert Spencer is the guy who coined the phrase survival of the fittest. Then Darwin used it and got all famous. Darwin also likes to take credit for Spencer's classic snake popping out of the peanut can gag. All right, buzz in. Up next, look for the gold blazers and cloven hooves. Hey, take a look at this real estate listing, will you? When you know what town the house is in, buzz in, start typing. For sale, 3-story house on Long Island. At first, you won't believe your eyes. Great for those who enjoy oozing walls, restless flies, and slamming doors. Ghostly pigs? Okay. Now, where's the house? Let's see what you... That Long Island dream house with the bleeding walls, swarms of flies, and the little phantom pig running around, it's in Amityville. And as long as you can swing an axe, it's the perfect fixer-upper. Hit that buzzer and try to snag the highest. This category is at 2, Fruite. Okay, you know that store in the mall, Orange Julius? And you can get like an orange Julius or a strawberry Julius or a banana, you know, whatever freaking Julius you want. If Orange Julius added even more fruits to its menu, which of these drinks could it not offer? Acorn Julius, Onion Julius, Tomato Julius, or Pea Julius? An onion isn't a fruit, so an Onion Julius would be out of the question. An Onion Julius. No way! Wild scallions couldn't make me drink one of those. Hit the buzzer for... I'm calling this one. You just got geekier. Hey, do you remember sitting in the orthodontist chair when you were a kid? All those elastic bands and headgear and the cruel mockery of your peers? Or maybe that was just me. Anyway, if you'd been forced to wear mathematical braces, what would be in your mouth? These mathematical symbols are called braces. And trust me, they look really gross when they get corn stuck in them. I want you to hit your buzzer and get the value of the next question. Great selection. Brace yourself, my friend. It's time for Dis or Dat. Here's the category for your Dis or Dat. This is your brain on Suburbia. Now, I'm going to list off 7 brand names, and for each one, I'd like you to tell me if it's a type of minivan or a brand of drug. Cash in for each one you get right, and you lose cash if you get one incorrect or don't get to it. You got 30 seconds to get all 7. Here we go. Astro, van, or drug? Axel. Solov. Silhouette. Effexor. Revia. Ativan. Yeah, you're freaking perfect. Check out your score there. Make sure everything's in order. And we're moving on. Work that buzzer to choose the amount. That looks good. Way to grab it. Try this category. Roughhousing at the Target. Hey, listen up. We're going to play a little game of darts here. Well, not really. Just, okay, to keep score, let's say that the bullseye is worth 10 points. The ring around that is worth 9, and moving outwards, each ring is worth 1 less than the one inside it. You got it? How many points would you get for hitting the outermost ring in a Target store logo? 7, 8, 9, or 10? The Target logo has a bullseye and 2 rings. If the score goes down a point for each ring, you got 8 points. Nice shooting, Tex. That'll really come in handy when you're out throwing big gulps at neighborhood children. Buzz, the category is... You say acid wash, I say frosted denim. Okay, you remember how acid wash jeans used to be all the rage? All right then. Suppose Bugle Boy introduces a new line of nitric acid wash jeans. What will be the best way to advertise them? Make your friends. Nitric acid is used in explosives. Which means my jeans must be nitric acid washed, because I blew them out last week after chili night. Buzz in and tell me how much the next question's gonna be.
Some clues are a brush off, and, well, some clues are like this one. We're going to the mall. Where's my comb? It's right in the back pocket of those tight jeans, honey. I can see the individual freaking teeth on it, okay?
You missed just one! Can you imagine how exciting that would have been if somebody else were playing?
For the show where high culture and pop culture collide. This episode of You Don't Know Jack, The Ride, is brought to you by Underwear Invisible Undergarments for today's modern man. Feel safe, feel secure, feel invisible. And now, here he is, the most dangerous man in trivia, Schmitty.
Okie doke, welcome to the game. So you couldn't get any of your little friends to play with you? Or is it just that I can't see them? Okay, whatever you do, don't close your eyes on the ride. You do not want to miss this. Hit that buzzer and grab the highest value. Coming at you. I can't see him, but he's still my little friend. You give me a right answer, I'll give you 4,788 smackaroos. And now the moment you've been waiting for. You have an imaginary friend named No-See-Um. How much you play together? You No-See-Ums are these little tiny biting flies. You know, it's a rare friendship when you can say bite me and still stay close. Slap your up next. If you were a window, I could see through you. Check this out. Say you're watching TV and the cones in your retina stop working. Considering how this would impair your vision, since the cones in your retina allow you to see colors, losing them would leave you in a black and white world. But unfortunately, the cable guy won't be able to help you. He can't do anything about your astigmatism either, so don't ask. Hit the buzzer for the value on this category is... Did you see The Invisible Man? Let's say that in a desperate attempt not to be boring, an economist tries to get all artsy and writes a hip new horror movie. Say the economist writes a movie about the Invisible Man. Because the title includes an actual economic theory, what might the film be called? The Invisible Head of Anarchy? The Invisible Eyes of Communism? The Invisible Hand of Capitalism? Economist Adam Smith proposed that individuals in a capitalist society act in self-interest, but to the benefit of the society as a whole, as though guided by an invisible hand. An invisible hand that'll be on every fast food container in this country if Spielberg does the film. I want you to hit your buzzer and get the value.
There was a man who wore a cloak and spying was his game. Oh, C-L-O-A-K, C-L-O-A-K, had nothing underneath except his little dagger.
Welcome to Cloak. Remember, to win the cash, buzz in when the first letter of the answer lights up. Collect all 5 letters and I'll give you the bonus. Okay, ready, set, rock me. International Man of Mystery. Yeah, baby. Play the ball where it blank. No lie. Soviet Intelligence Agency. KGB. Morris blank. Oh. One more letter for the bonus. Secret blank man. Agent. Referees. Officials. That's it. Cloak. That's yours. Here's your current score. You feel good about that? Let's keep going. Hit that buzzer and... Very nice. Respectable. This one's called... He's got a thing that's called Radar Love. Okay, do you remember Radar O'Reilly, the guy with the teddy bear from the TV show MASH and the movie? Well, say Radar O'Reilly actually has radar. Which of these things would be the most difficult for him to detect? The shape and material of the stealth bomber makes it really difficult to detect by radar. Just like the shape and material of Radar O'Reilly made it very difficult for him to attract the ladies. Buzz in for the bucks, baby. The category's gonna be... War is easy. Comedy is hell. Hey, do you remember the unknown comic? You know, that guy in the Gong Show whose face we never saw because it was covered by a paper bag? Imagine that after he dies, he's buried in the tomb of the unknown soldier. If the unknown comic were interred there, how many unknown bodies would then be buried at Arlington National Cemetery? 1, 2, 3, or 4? Currently, there are 3 soldiers buried there, one from World War I, World War II, and Korea. The soldier from Vietnam was identified, and hopefully no one's planning on replacing him. So, adding the unknown comic would make 4. You know, it's too bad they didn't have plastic grocery bags when the unknown comic was popular. Sticking one of those over his head would have been the most entertaining thing he ever did. Worked it. I'm calling this one... A Real Man Stares at the Sun. Okay, so you know how Manfred Mann's Earth Band sings a well-known cover of Bruce Springsteen's Blinded by the Light, right? Well, what the hell is Manfred Mann's Earth Band trying to sing? Revved up like a deuce, wrapped up like a douche, ripped up like... What Mr. Mann and the boys are trying to say is, revved up like a deuce, another runner in the night. And if you think that's bad, you gotta hear their cover of Smells Like Teen Spirit. Buzz in and lock on to the highest value you can. This one's called... Nude is artistic. Naked is just frightening. Well, since we covered some 70s music with Manfred Mann, seems only appropriate that we move up a decade. Apparently, the 80s band Naked Eyes is no longer visible to the naked eye. I mean, I haven't seen them in years. and I was a big fan. Considering the title of Naked Eye's big hit, which of these would make the best epitaph? Goodbye, cruel world. Another band bites the dust. Don't shed a tear. Naked Eye's big fat 80s hit was always something there to remind me. Yeah, you know, there always will be something there to remind me. It's called Muzak. Buzz in and tell me how much the next question's gonna be. Oh, nice one. And now, right before your very eyes, Dis or Dat. The category for this Dis or Dat question is size doesn't matter as long as you can see it, right? All right, now I'm gonna read off 7 things, and for each one I want you to tell me if it shrinks or turns invisible. Cash in for each one you get right, and you lose some cash for each one you get wrong or don't get to. Now you only have 30 seconds to answer all 7 points. And we're off. Perseus, does he shrink or turn? Ant-Man. Alice in Wonderland. Bilbo Baggins. The Cheshire Cat. The little girl. A penis in cold water. Woo-hoo, yeah, you rock. 7 out of 7. Woo! Check out your score there. Make sure everything's in order. And we're moving on. All right, buzz in and get your money's worth. Coming at you. The Battle of the Bulges. Hey, do you know those little thongs that guys wear? You know, some people call them banana smugglers because, you know, they do. They look like, come on, you know what I mean. Say the title character from The Scarlet Pimpernel wore a thong. Based on the nationality of the people he smuggled to safety, what might... The Scarlet Pimpernel is the story of a disguised British noble who rescues French aristocrats during the Revolution. French fries smuggler. Like me to supersize that for you? Slap your... Up next, Dead Time Stories. Okay, listen up. It's story time. Once upon a time, there was this guy, right? And he had this, like, ingrown toenail, right? I mean, it was killing him, but he refused to go to a doctor because he thought he could take care of it himself, right? So he went at it with this butter knife and a fork. He tried prying back his skin so he could dig out the infected nail, but the pain was just too severe, right? So he decided to get so drunk he wouldn't feel the pain. Only that screwed up his motor skills, so he was digging in the wrong place. Finally, the throbbing got so bad, he just hacked off the toe with a steak knife and bled to death in his bathroom. What was this guy's problem? He couldn't see the forest for the trees. When you focus on the little things so much that you lose track of the big picture, that's when you can't see the forest for the trees. But I think the real lesson here is, don't pick at your toes with a fork. Hit that buzzer and grab the highest... Oh, jackpot, baby. Now your category. You ain't seen nothing yet. Okay, I'm just gonna come out and ask this. Have you ever heard that masturbating can make you go blind? Me neither, but it brings up a good question. And, here it is. So just go ahead and buzz in when you got it. That's right. According to the medical profession, chronic masturbation will not make you go blind. However, pressing your nose against the TV trying to tune in the after-hours pay-per-view channels at 3 in the morning may cause eye strain. I want you to... See if you see what I see in this clue. I don't know what you see in her. Just remember, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Yeah, I'd like to hold her. Was that out loud? That's it. You got them all. I mean, you know, who the hell else was going to get them, right?
Good morning. You Don't Know Jack is an important part of your day, loaded with vitamins, minerals, trivia, and trivia byproducts. So, don't make any mistakes now. We're watching you.
It's time for the show where high culture and pop culture collide. You Don't Know Jack is sponsored by ADH Technologies. If we told you who we are, we'd have to kill you. And now, here he is, the most dangerous man in trivia, Schmitty.
Yeah, welcome to the game. You see, I don't need technology or some computer to tell me why you're here. Well, okay, yeah, I do. Remember, advanced technology made the ride possible, so don't question it. Let's go. Buzz in. I'm calling this one Digital Technology and Healthy Bowels. So I'm sure you're all aware of the importance of maintaining a high-fiber diet. Never too early to think about it. This way you can avoid painful outpatient surgery. Yesterday. Anyway, what would a high-fiber optic diet consist of? Generous daily fiber optic cables use thin strands of glass to transmit data. But if you actually started the diet, I think you'd find your data transmission a little uncomfortable, if you know what I mean. Hit that buzzer and try. Here's a little something I call WIT, the Welding Institute of Technology. Okay, you remember how in Flashdance everyone said Jennifer Beals was a maniac on the floor? Well, get ready for this. Suppose in the movie Flashdance, Jennifer Beals were an ENIAC on the floor. Which of these would she do? The ENIAC was the first large-scale modern computer.
548, 34,
Oh
96,
God, is she
85,
hot? Look at those figures. Work. This category is delivering mail through rain, sleet, and spam. Yeah, no, I know, Queen Elizabeth II seems pretty stuffy and old-fashioned, but I think she's kind of a closet techno-geek because she has, in fact, used email. Say that a lost email finally shows up in your inbox, and turns out it's the first email Queen Elizabeth II ever sent. Based on current events at the time, how might it read? No more Soviet Union! Ford was still president when Queen Elizabeth sent her first email back in 1976. So now that you got her email, she'll get a notification that you read it. And then she'll call you and leave a message on your voicemail asking you what you thought. You can send her an email back asking to arrange a meeting, and then she'll write back and have you page her. Hit that. This one's called Think About Hiring a Different Ad Agency. Hey, have you seen those annoying Think Different ads for Apple Computer? Say Apple devised a campaign around John McIntosh, for whom the Macintosh apple is named. Considering how he discovered the apples, what might be a good slogan for Apple? Canadian farmer John McIntosh just found these things growing on his land in Ontario. Which I think is more or less the way it happened with Bill Gates and his Windows. All right. Sweet, fancy Moses. Check out the opportunity you have to win here. Brace yourself, my friend. It's time for Dis or Dat. The name of this Dis or Dat is Subject Dynamite. Okay, I'm going to read off 7 names, and for each one, I want you to tell me if it's a computer virus hoax, a Jimmy Walker TV show, or both. Cash in for each one you get right, and you lose some cash for each one you get wrong or don't get to. You gotta get all 7 of them in 30 seconds. Let the magic begin. Diendo, Iris. Arena. Bad Cats. Baby New Year. At Ease. Good Times. Pen Pal. 6 right, 1 wrong. Not too shabby. Here's your current score. You feel good about that? Let's keep going. Buzz in and lock. That'll work. Try this category. Physics, the extended mix. Pay attention now. This here's a fill-in-the-blank question. So when you know the answer, buzz your little buzzer and type. You ready? If Einstein had theorized that E equals MC hammer to what force? Go for it. Type in your answer. In this equation, MC hammer is equal to energy. Please, Einstein, don't hurt him. Slap your buzzer and we'll find out how much... Wow, big one this time. How about this category? Bob says math ain't so hard. Here's the question. Because he's such a do-it-yourselfer, which of these might handyman Bob Vila choose over a calculator? A device. An abacus can't do any calculating at all. It just keeps track of numbers for people who can already count. You know, like Bob. But remember, before doing any calculating, be sure to put on your safety goggles. Hit the button. It's not a speed bump, it's roadkill. Remember to buzz in on the item that correctly unites the pair on the screen. And don't forget about that bonus round. Now, we put the hammer down. Working class collar and depressed. Where do these items intersect? Deep Brown and Parliament's funky blank city. New Brighton and Female Whale. Score. Foot ailments and moonshine equals blank squeezes. Golf club and blank wind instrument. Fireplace tool and face without expression. Score. Irish famine and lazy couch blank. Okay, bonus time. What do all of the correct answers have in common? Are they all kind of chip? You got it! Oh, you cashed in those chips, huh? Check out your score there, make sure everything's in order, and we're moving on. I want you to hit your button. Up next, you're as sharp as a tachometer. Time for the trivia. Say you need to reinvent the wheel. Assuming your wheel still uses the parts of a circle, which of these do you not need? Radium is an element, not part of a circle. You must be very proud of yourself. The cavemen could at least draw their plans out on the walls, but you had to think all on your own. Buzz in for the bucks, baby. Coming at you. LeMay Day. Okay, do you remember how General Curtis LeMay threatened to bomb the North Vietnamese back to the Stone Age? Oh yeah, he said it. I heard him. Anyway, imagine General LeMay's machismo got out of hand. If the North Vietnamese had been bombed back to the Stone Age, what would they not be doing today? Starting fires, using crude metal tools? Metal tools didn't come along until the Copper Age. Folks during the Stone Age used tools made of, get this, stone.
And remember, before using any tool, be sure to put on your safety goggles.
Ow, my eye!
Buzz in. Your category's gonna be Jingle All the Way to the Bank. Okay, first there was the Terminator, then you got T2, right? Well, there's no such thing as the end of a series when big bucks are involved. Except maybe this one. That's another story. Anyway. Suppose the third installment in the Terminator series, T3, is released. Considering what a T3 is, what weak premise could T3s are high bandwidth phone lines for transferring computer data real fast like. I hear studio execs considered calling Terminator 3 the downloader, but just didn't sound as glamorous. All right, I'm calling this one. Technology can be so wacky. Look no further, here's your question. What's this cute little thing called? Those annoying little smiley faces are called emoticons. Man, what a cold, impersonal world we live in. You know, it used to be you'd just go over to the person's house with your face all screwed up and your head cocked sideways. Buzz in and lock on to the highest value you can. Sure hope this clue's not too technical for you. Keep me up, Scotty. And if you do really well, you should be really ashamed. Bye-bye. Yeah, 7 for 7. You really kicked your own ass there, didn't you?
Time for the show where high culture and pop culture collide. This episode of You Don't Know Jack the Ride is sponsored by Leap of Faith Bungee Cords. They cost less because we don't test. And now, here's your host, Schmitty.
All right, welcome to the game. Hey, I think you should stop looking for a miracle and concentrate on playing. Okay, say your final prayers. We're ready to ride. Hit that buzzer and try to snag the highest value you can. This category is religions about prophets, not profits. Hey, 3311, that's my address. Here you go. Considering the biblical story of Lot's wife, what corporation could have profited from her suffering? Lot's wife was turned into a pillar of salt.
Take the garbage out. Have you written those checks
I remember the days when she used to be so sweet.
Here's a little something I call religion rocks, dude. Hey, have you noticed how trendy Tibet has become in recent years? Kind of freaking me out. If frat boys across the country took up the Tibetan practice of fraternal polyandry, what would you see them do? They would all take on multiple wives. They would all marry In Tibet, brothers often share the same wife to keep the family's land together. The practice is called, say it with me, fraternal polyandry. Of course, frat boys already share a house mother, so what do they need a wife for? Glad you're... Hey, kind of looks like you know what you're doing. Here's your category. The Brothers Grimm. Okay, let's check out the police reports today. Do me a favor, buzz in and type your answer when you think you know it. Smart Alec. Domestic dispute between brothers ended in first murder ever. Suspect last seen in divine... Let's see what you got. When God accepted Abel's offering, his brother Cain became really jealous and murdered him. Then God marked Cain and made him wander the earth forever. Actually, I think I might have a lead on this one. I'm pretty sure I saw a belligerent guy with a tattoo on cops last week. I want you to hit your buzzer and get the... Up next, s'mores for Jesus. Ready or not, here it comes. Say Billy Graham downs a few Graham crackers before his sermon. If he experiences their intended medicinal effect. Graham crackers are named for Sylvester Graham, who thought his special flour would help reduce sexual desire. But Graham's followers have to ask the question, did Billy's sex drive wane because of the Graham crackers, or the fact that he just turned 127 years old? Work that buzzer to choose the amount. Bingo.
He was an angel, but he fell. He's red and has a beard. Oh, D-E-V-I-L, D-E-V-I-L, D-E-V-I-L. He makes a tasty egg, though.
Welcome to Devil. Remember, to win the cash, buzz in when the first letter of the answer lights up. If you get all 5 letters, you win the bonus. Okay, ready, set, rock me. Where the Devil is in the INXS song. Think down inside. Carolina-based Blue Devils. Duke. Devilish blood-sucking man. You don't suck. Biblical guy with nagging salty wife.
I heard that.
One more letter for the bonus. Rush D wrote the satanic blank. Versus Devil without the D. Evil. Right on. Devil. That's it, my friend. Here's your current score. You feel good about that? Let's keep going. Buzz in. This one's called Cultish Personality. All right. Hey, speaking of the devil, if the Church of Scientology wants to release a special edition of its teachings aimed at people who have blood sugar problems, what will they call it? Diuretics for Dianetics, Dietetics for Diuretics, Dianetics for Diabetics, or Dietetics for Diabetics? The Church of Scientology's Bible is called Dianetics. And its subtitle, How to Make Easy Money Off Impressionable Celebrities. Hit the buzzer for the value on this one. Coming at you. I'm from the tribe of Bugle Boy. Like it or not, it's question time. If you want everyone to know that you're an assistant to the temple priest, what brand of jeans should you wear? Calvin Klein, Levi's, Lee, or Jordache? In ancient Israel, the tribes assigned to be assistants to the temple priests were Levi's. And legend has it that Jacob bestowed upon Levi an amazing pair of Technicolor Dream Slacks. Hit that buzzer and grab the highest value. Your category's gonna be the audio tape was better than the movie. Wrap your head around this. If you wanted to listen to an audio tape of the first Bible printed using movable type, to what would you listen? The Gutenberg Bible with Steve Gutenberg. The King James Bible with Rick James. Hey, maybe they'll bring in the guy from the Police Academy movies to make those sound effects with his mouth.
The Gutenberg Bible with me, Steve Gutenberg. That was thunder.
Buzz. Razzle Dan Fruit Tuna. And if this isn't a gibberish question, I don't know what is. You know, it's not easy being right all the time. Here's your real gibberish category. The Divine Sandwich Artist. Don't forget, buzz in quick, you make more money. All right, take a look at this gibberish phrase and try and tell me what it rhymes with. A heaven bun bread sub. All right, type the answer and hit Yep, nothing like a 700 Club sandwich with lots of salt.
Is that some sort of crack about me? Why don't you take the garbage out?
She's really beginning to chap my ass.
Hit that. All right, that'll work just fine. Tell me what you think of this category. Hanging with God in study hall. Okay, think back. It's a Joan Osborne song where she sings about God being one of us. Well, say God turns out to be a teenager. Considering the lyrics to One of Us, which of these would not be something God would say to a friend in study hall about that dweeb Joan? She called me a slob. Joan never claimed God was ugly. Still, God will never sit at the same lunch table with her again. Buzz. Ka-ching! That's gonna count. Here's the category. More corny jokes. Check this out. Where would you be if you were eating corn on the Kaaba? Tokyo, New Delhi, Mecca, or Des Moines? The Kaaba is a sacred Islamic shrine. It's in Mecca.
Why didn't you ever take me to Mecca? All our friends have been to Mecca, but not us. You won't even take the garbage out. What's wrong with you?
That's it. I can't take it anymore. Where's that ear of corn? Ah! This'll take care of you.
All right, buzz in and get your money's worth. Hey, that's pretty lame. Let's try this category. Nobody likes difficult contestants. Now, the fun part. Suppose some ancient Israelites are contestants on Wheel of Fortune. If the category is the name of your God, what will you definitely not hear? In fear of offending God, Israelites would leave out the vowels when pronouncing his name, so it comes out sounding like Yahweh. Which is all fine and dandy until you land on the lose your turn spot and lose all your money. Jesus Christ. Slap your buzzer and we'll find out how much the next question's gonna be. Bow your head and pray you get a clue. Ah, here it is. It's not the gods who are crazy. Now do as I say, and no one will get hurt. Bye-bye. That's it. You got them all. I mean, who the hell else was going to get them, right?
For the show where high culture and pop culture collide. This episode of You Don't Know Jack, The Ride, is brought to you by the American Council on Rural Stereotypes. We ain't no different from y'all folks. You hear? And now, please welcome your host, Josh Schmitty Schmitzenstein.
Well, howdy, y'all, and welcome to Branson. Okay, that's enough of that. It hurts my throat. Saddle up and let's ride. Work that buzzer to choose the amount. Okay, that was one of the worst choices I've seen. Here's your category. The King of Branson, Missouri. Here's the question. If singer Andy Williams built his Moon River Theater to resemble the Moon River from the song of the same name, what might be true about his theater? It would be bad. His theater would be wider than a mile. And with my luck, I'd have seats in the back row. I want you to hear. Very nice, respectable. This one's called Look at the Knobs on Branson. Hey, did you know that there's a show in Branson called the Bald Knobbers? Can somebody tell me what kind of freaks go to this place? Well, check this out. If the Bald Knobbers Jamboree actually featured the historical Bald Knobbers, what would fun-loving audiences be able to watch? Bank robbers, vigilante executioners, lewd sex... The original Bald Knobbers were a group of vigilantes who forcefully restored order in the post-Civil War Branson area. And they did it all with their big, swinging... There, is that what you were waiting for? You've been thinking about it since the beginning of the question, haven't you? Hit the buzzer for the value on... There you go. Try this category. Them fancy vittles. Well, I'm sure that if you've ever been to Branson, you've seen the down-home antics of the Presley family in their show called Presley's Jubilee. Well, suppose the Galloping Gourmet attends Presley's Jubilee. Considering the culinary meaning of Jubilee, what might he expect to see on stage? A group of silly chaps cut into Just like flambe, Jubilee is something that's drenched in a liquor like brandy and then lit. Of course, in Branson, they just use Budweiser. Buzz in for the bugs, baby. Roadkill, dead ahead. Don't forget, smack that buzzer to grab the item that correctly unites the two items on the screen. And pay attention to the right answers for the bonus round at the end. Time to start grinding your gears. Let's do it. Rob Petry's Boss Brady and Thick Canadian. What do these two things have in common? Score. The Duke and Gart's Party Time Bud. Foolish Blake Lynch and Love Boat Baldy. Toronto Bluebird and Carson's Replacement. Bob Crowbar and Eat Crack Corn. Marky Mark's brother and Godfather Reed. Seth Let Them Eat Cake and French for Mary. Now for the bonus. What do all of the correct answers have in common? Are they all Bald Knobbers? The Walking Kids? New Kids on the Block, the Von Traps, the Jackson 5, the Osmonds. You nailed it. You live in the country and you rock and roll. Check out your score there, make sure everything's in order, and we're moving on. Buzz in and lock on to the high. That looks good. Way to grab it. Try this category. Somebody stuck him with a hook. Look no further. Here's your question. Say entertainer Mickey Gilley takes ill and has to be replaced by a gilled animal in his stage show. Which of these will audiences not see? A tadpole singing... Dolphins are mammals. They don't have gills or a sense of rhythm. Hit that buzzer and grab the highest value. I'm calling this one. It's always darkest after the Tony Orlando and dawn. Time for the trivia. If singer Tony Orlando were the lead character in Virginia Woolf's novel Orlando, which of these songs might he add to his lineup? I'm in the mood for lunch. In Virginia Woolf's Orlando, the lead character is a male for 2 centuries and then becomes a woman for 2 more. And Tony would close his set by singing "Tie a Yellow Garter Around the Old Oak Tree," if you know what I mean. Buzz in and tell me how much the next question's gonna be. Coming at you. Please, sir, may I have some more OJ? Yep, they got everything in Branson, M.O. Hell, even the orange juice queen Anita Bryant can still pull in an audience. Anita Bryant led a campaign in the late 1970s called Save Our Children. From whom or what did Ms. Bryant feel our children needed protection? Hunger? Abuse? Illiteracy? Back in '77, a county in Florida passed some laws protecting gay rights, so Ms. Anita Bryant, mouthpiece of all that is good, spearheaded a protest campaign called Save Our Children. So our children might be injured, illiterate, and hungry, but hell, at least they'll never be open-minded. Slap your...
Bingo.
Branson is a happening place located in the Ozarks. O-Z-A-R-K, O-Z-A-R-K.
This message brought to you by the Branson City Council.
Hey, yeah, Branson is your place. Yeah.
Welcome to the Ozarks. Have you met my sister? Remember to hit your buzzer when the first letter of the answer lights up. That's how you win the cash. Collect all 5 letters and I'll give you the bonus. Okay, ready, set, do it. Roger Miller is blank of the road. King. The guy with the Moon River Theater. Yeah, you remembered. Clark, who picks with Buck Owens. Hee-haw! Donnie, Marie, and those other guys. Osmonds. One more letter and the bonus is yours. Stay just south of Missouri. Arkansas. Louisiana, washboard, and fiddle music. Way to go. Ozark. That's yours. Here's your current score. You feel good about that? Let's keep going. All right, buzz in and get your money. Wow, I got about that much in my couch. This category is pulling a train. Ready or not, here it comes. If Boxcar Willie rolled boxcars while playing craps, when you're playing craps, boxcars are double 6s on your first throw. So tell me this, if you're playing craps, do you have to wear special underwear? You know, on your caboose? Work that buzzer to choose the amount. You chose wisely. You want some trouble, my friend? You got it. Let's get into a Dis or Dat. The name of your Dis or Dat category is a hit. I'll give him a hit. Now, I'm going to read off the names of 7 wacky songs, and for each one, I'd like you to tell me if it's a Jim Stafford song or a Ray Stevens song. Cash in. For each one you get right, and you lose cash if you get one incorrect or don't get to it. Now, you only have 30 seconds to answer all 7 points. And we're off. My girl Bill. He has the A-rip. Spiders and snakes. The streak. Guitarzan. I ate Sharon Chip. I got stoned and I missed it. Yeah, you're freaking perfect. Check out your score there. Make sure everything's in order. And we're moving on. I want you to... This one's called... Hi-Yo, Silver Dollar City. You know, you don't have to waste your cash on music and shows in Branson. No, there's plenty of crap to spend your money on at the nearby Silver Dollar City Amusement Park. If Silver Dollar City adopted as their official mascot one of the people who have been featured on the U.S. Silver Dollar, who would be plastered all over billboards and t-shirts? Paul Revere, Jefferson Davis, Dwight D. Eisenhower, or Neil Armstrong? Before Susan B. Anthony, there was President Dwight D. Eisenhower's big, bald knobber.
Welcome to Silver Dollar City, everyone, where we love Branson, and we love Ike, and Ike loves Branson.
Yeah, there's a nice one. Way to go. Your category is When Minnie Pearl Isn't As Good As You Remember. You know what I like about country music? The performers know how to put on a really big show, and the fans know how to put on really big hats. If your 10-gallon hat could actually hold 10 gallons of liquid, which of these is the maximum amount you could throw on? 1 gallon is 4 quarts, so 10 gallons would be 40 quarts.
Howdy!
Hit that buzzer and try to snag the highest value you can. I could use a good euphemism for clue right about now. Here's your hint. Nah, that sucked. Here's your clue. The Branson Guide to Curse Words. If it'll help you, imagine your El Camino just got stuck in the crick or something. Yeah, 7 for 7. You really kicked your own ass there, didn't you?
For the show where high culture and pop culture collide. This episode of You Don't Know Jack is sponsored by the Swiss Army Corps. Make knives, not war. And now, please welcome the one, the only, Schmitty.
Yeah, how are you doing? Yeah, welcome to the game. All right, we got this baby running like a fine Swiss watch. Let us ride. This category is the Swiss will give him a good franking. Now, we've got well over $5,000 riding on this question. This is very exciting. Here we go. Let's suppose humorist Al Franken visits Switzerland. Considering his last name, what might the locals mistakenly want to do with him? Affix him to their knives. Set his head. Franken are units of Swiss currency. I can't wait to read Al's book about the experience. Swiss bankers are big fat idiots. Buzz in and tell me how much the next question's going to be. Here's a little something I call... some sort of Swissy? Okay, put on some eye protection and complete the following analogy. Switzerland is to Axis and allies as water is to atoms and molecules, steam and ice, hydrogen and oxygen. Switzerland remained neutral in World War II, and on the pH scale of acids and alkalis, water is completely neutral. Of course, I'm talking pure water here, and while there may be pure water in Switzerland, the crap that comes out of my tap sure as hell ain't pure. I gotta run it through a tube sock before I can drink it. All right, buzz in and get your money's worth. I'm calling this one NFL Europe. Bad idea. Wrap your head around this. Suppose an NFL team replaces their offensive line guards with Swiss guards, who are what might you assume is playing quarterback. A box of... Those folks who protect the Pope are called Swiss guards. Yeah, the Pope doesn't move around too well since his back injury, but he's very uplifting in the huddle, and he throws one hell of a Hail Mary. Slap your buzzer and we'll find out how much the next...
If you want cheese or chocolate, you have to squeeze a glando. G-L-A-N-D, 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 yum latte cappuccino.
Welcome to Gland. Remember, to win the cash, buzz in when the first letter of the answer lights up. If you get all 5 letters, you win the bonus. Let's do it. Toys R Us mascot. Giraffe. Rodent that jumps off cliffs. Nice follow through. Blankite, my baby. G'day, mate. Planet of the Blank. Ape will not kill ape. One more letter for the real cash. Miami's NFL team mascot. Professional suckler is a wet what? Low nurse. That's it. Gland. That belongs to you. Here's your current score. You feel good about that? Let's keep going. Hit that buzzer and grab the highest. Your category's gonna be... I bet you didn't know chickens could do that. All right, pay attention, and I'm not kidding this time. A chicken farmer in Zurich runs out of schnapps, so he dispatches a chicken to Germany to get some more. The chicken travels north for 6 days and then east for 3 more until he hits the Rhine River. He crosses the Rhine and walks until he reaches a town called Schnitzel. He spends 2 days resting there, then sets out on a 4-day hike to the west. He finally reaches a town called Strudel and gets what he came for. Now, I hope you kept track of all that because I want you to tell me, why did the chicken cross the Rhine? To get... The farmer sent the chicken out after some schnapps. Schnapps. It's such a chick drink. Work that buzzer to coming at you. Bordering on the French fries. Okay, little secret for you. You know why I'm not a vegetarian? Because I love burgers too much. I love them. Really, really well done. I'm talking like charred and then slathered in melted Swiss. Ah, take me now. All right, now, if I ordered a burger with Swiss cheese charred, but instead got a Swiss charred burger, what should I say to my waiter? Yuck, where'd this beet leaf come from? Swiss chard is just the leafy bits of a particular type of beet. And if I don't get that meat burger quickly, somebody's gonna get a beating. Buzz in for the buzz. Up next. Is that your name or are you coughing? All right, you think you know your psychology, right? Well, I'm sorry. I gotta be honest. This is supposed to be a question about archetypes and dreams and a bunch of Swiss psychologist crap. I don't even know how to pronounce the guy's name. Really? How do you say his name? Is it this way?
Jung.
This way?
June.
This way?
Yoon.
Or this way?
Giraffe.
One more time. This way?
Jung.
This way?
June.
This way?
Yoon.
Or this way?
Giraffe.
Oh, Jung. How very snotty. Or should I say snooty? Yeah, I hear he was a very close friend of Freud's. Or should I say, Freud's. I want you to hit your buzzer and get the value of the next... Oh my goodness, please don't choke or you're going to lose buttloads of money. And now, right before your very eyes, Dis or Dat. This Dis or Dat category is called... They told me this was chocolate. Listen up, I'm going to read off 7 items here, and you're going to tell me if it's a Swiss city or something you put in your mouth. Cash in for each one you get right, and you lose some cash for each one you get wrong or don't get to. You got 30 seconds to get all 7. Here we go. Zurich, Basel, Ricola, Bern, Alford, Nutella, Geneva. Okay, I'm impressed. Check out your score there, make sure everything's in order, and we're moving on. Buzz in and lock on to the highest value you can. I'm calling this one Little Debbie Does Math. All right, get your chubby little fingers ready and see if you can complete this analogy. Little Debbie Swiss Cake Rolls is to cylinder as Little Debbie Zebra Cakes is to hexagon. Little Debbie Devil Squares is to pentagon. Little Debbie Brownies is to triangle. Little Debbie Zebra Cakes have 6 sides of creamy love, making them hexagonal. Tomorrow's lesson, Twinkies and logarithms. Hit that buzzer and try. All right, looking good, looking healthy. Here's your category. Business class less. Okay, we all know that when a big convention's in town, the local red light area tends to turn a tidy profit. Now, with that in mind, what shenanigans might you expect to see at the Geneva Convention? Scientists getting lap dances, filmmakers soliciting. The Geneva Conventions are internationally recognized wartime codes of conduct regarding soldiers and civilians, including treatment of prisoners of war. And if you ask me, after these soldiers risk their lives in service, they ought to be serviced. Hit the buzzer for the value on this one. This one's called It's Their Cross to Bear. Hey, did you ever see the Swiss flag? It's red with a big white cross on it, right? All right, well, say Switzerland wants a flag that reflects its neutrality. If the new flag contains only neutral colors, what will it look like? White, black, and gray are considered neutral colors. Hey, maybe they should just adopt the Jolly Roger as their national flag. Yeah, I mean, pirates are cool. They raid ships and steal loot from religious groups that are oppressed in neighboring nations and then put it all into their secret bank accounts. And of course, the Swiss, well, they would never do anything like that, would they? Slap your buzzer and we'll find out how much the next question. This category is... All this peace and stability is driving me crazy! Oh no! In a violent and unexpected reversal of foreign policy, Switzerland attacks somebody! Hey, it could happen. If Switzerland uses weapons from the last foreign war they were involved in, what will you see the Swiss army doing on CNN? Firing cannons, fighting with bayonets. Switzerland's last foreign war was in 1515, so they'd probably break out the cannonballs. But the modern Swiss Army knives come equipped with scissors, corkscrews, pliers, and a toothpick, so it's not like they're completely outmatched. Hit that buzzer and grab the highest value. Ready for me to yodel your clue? Yeah, I bet you are. Just pay attention to this. Robinson ain't just a Swiss family. Hope you do well, or I'll be robbing some of your cash. I'm sorry. Good luck. you missed just one. Can you imagine how exciting that would have been if somebody else were playing?
Time for the show where high culture and pop culture collide. This episode of You Don't Know Jack, The Ride is sponsored by the Popular Kids. While you're playing this game, we're having a party. You're not invited. And now, here's your host, Josh Schmitty Schmitzenstein.
Okay, class, take your seats. You're in for a real education. Okay, I have your parental permission slip, so you may ride now. All right, buzz in and get your money. Nice job. I got underwear cost me more than that. Your category is... Only the Brat Pack understands my angst. Like it or not, it's question time. If you order a Breakfast Club sandwich, which of these will not come with your meal? A creamy jock, tossed popular girl, a French fried exchange student, or a side of nerd? There was no exchange student in the Breakfast Club. Breakfast Club sandwich. I like mine toasted over a St. Elmo's fire. Work that butt. Here's a little something I call standardized teen angst. All right, you may now open your test booklets and complete the following analogy. SAT is to 1600 as ACT is to 1-2. Perfect score! You may be a geek, but you've got nice shoes. Buzz in for the bucks, baby. Your category's gonna be Hope I Die Before I Get Acne. Hey, do you remember that classic Who lyric, "It's only teenage wasteland," right? Well, good for you. If the author of the literary classic The Wasteland were the epic poem The Wasteland was written by T.S. Eliot. Looks like the other kids also figured out that his name's an anagram for toilets. Hit that buzzer and try to snag the highest value you can. I'm calling this one Smells Like Hole. You know, nothing says teen angst to me quite like the Nirvana anthem Smells Like Teen Spirit. Now, with that in mind, if Kurt Cobain had penned the tortured lines to Smells Like Easy Spirit, what smelly item of Courtney's might have inspired the song? Her perfume, her shoes, her lingerie, or her deodorant? Easy Spirit is a brand of women's pumps, apparently fantastic to play basketball in. And have you seen Courtney lately? Smells like expensive designer makeover. Buzz in and tell me how much. Reeled in a big one. Try this category. Backstreet noise. Check this out. When pop singing stars the Backstreet Boys become Backstreet Men, how will their vocal ranges most likely shift? From bass to alto, from falsetto to soprano, from soprano to tenor, or from bad to worse? Soprano is the highest natural range for women and boys, while tenor is the highest natural range for men. Unless, of course, you kick them in the boys. Hit the buzzer for the value on this one. Roadkill time. Don't forget, when you see the answer that unites the pair of items on the screen, go ahead and buzz in. And we got a bonus question at the end that could mean even more cash. Okay, it's time to punch it. Six-pocket billiards and office betting group. What do these two items have in common? storyteller's leaves and lifted blank bags. Score! Blank formations, and blank base equals the hot corner. Score! My blank with Andre, and beef, it's one for blank. Score! TV sitcom full blank, and blank of blues. Tony and Tina's blank, and Liz Taylor's had lots of them. Christmas is Jesus' blank, and the Beatles say it's theirs too. Okay, shifting gears into bonus. What do all of the correct answers have in common? Are they all types of Hallmark cards, horror movies, babysitting jobs, Oasis songs, parties? You got it! Oh yeah, let's partay. Here's your current score. You feel good about that? Let's keep going. Buzz, that's a tall bank. All right, this category is... Where do I put my hands? Now, the fun part. Because it has the strongest gravitational pull, on which planet would... Jupiter's gravity is the strongest of all the planets. Yeah, I can just hear it now. Thousands of teens yelling, "I've gone down and I can't get up." I want you to hit your buzzer and get the value of the next question. Coming at you. Teenage Wasteland. Hey, it's prom night, and you're all set in your rented tuxedo. You got everything you need except, wait a minute, where's that thing you're supposed to be wearing? You know, around your waist? No, you need that thing. It looks like a little flattened snake that just ate a rat. You know what I mean? It's one of those things. What the hell is that thing called? Cummerbund? Cummerbund? Cummerbund. It's from a Persian word meaning hide your gut. Although some guys slide it down a little lower to hide their adolescent enthusiasm on the dance floor. All right, buzz in. Up next. Girl, you'll be a woman sooner than you expected. Ready or not, here it comes. If a girl has an embarrassing mensuration episode in class, what did she most likely do? Recited the wrong speech in history class, used the wrong T. Mensuration is the act of measuring, so she's probably using something like a T-square. She really ought to be more careful, or she's going to wind up with that not-so-freshly sanded feeling. Work that buzzer to choose the amount. Oh, nice one. Brace yourself, my friend. It's time for Dis or Dat. I like to call this Dis or Dat. Either way, it's still their fault. Okay, I'm going to give you 7 sitcoms here, all right? And as each one comes up, I want you to tell me if the kids on the show had parents who died or were just divorced. Cash in for each one you get right, and you lose cash if you get one incorrect or don't get to it. Now you only have 30 seconds to answer all 7 points. And we're off. One day at a time. Alice. Kate and Allie. The Hogan family. Different strokes. Give me a break. Silver spoons. Only one wrong. Pretty damn good, monkey child. Check out your score there. Make sure everything's in order. And we're moving on. Slap your buzzer and we'll find out how much... category is going to be tattoo who? You know, there's nothing like a little tattoo to express your angst. Say Mr. Rourke from Fantasy Island gets a little tattoo on his butt. According to popular advice from tattoo artists, which of these should he rub on it to help it heal? Petroleum jelly, aloe vera, hydrogen, vitamin E. It helps the skin heal.
Boss, rub the lotion on your butt, not on me.
I am sorry, Tattoo. You were standing so close I thought you were my butt. Hit that. This category is I hate when people are like that. Time for the trivia. Which of the following is the only sentence in which the word like is used correctly? You're like, stupid? I totally like. Be like Mike is the only one of these 4 sentences in which the word like is used correctly.
And if you don't like it, then you can totally I don't know, not like it,
Buzz in for the bucks, baby. Lights, cameras, and here's your clue. Only this movie understands me. Have fun. I'll be at the concession counter. That's it. You got them all. I mean, you know, who the hell else was going to get them, right?
Time for the show where high culture and pop culture collide. You Don't Know Jack is brought to you by
Governmental Cover-Up covers embarrassing adult acne and those pesky media scandals. Now with DNA stain removers.
And now, please welcome your host, Josh Schmitty Schmitzenstein.
Okay, welcome to the game. You know, it's always nice to have a visitor, as long as there aren't any embarrassing probes to explain the next day. Now, I've got something here that is out of this world. You ready? It's time to ride. Buzz in and lock on to the highest value. This one's called You Can't Drive an Alien Spacecraft with Bare Feet. Okay, it's party time with 3,653 of my best friends. If Betty and Barney Rubble were replaced by Betty and Barney Hill, what would their neighbors, the Flintstones, most likely complain about? Noisy rocket launches next door. Betty and Barney Hill are famous alien abductees. You know, I never trusted that little bastard Gazoo. I want you to hit your buzzer. I'm calling this one. I didn't think that sounded like a Martian accent. So you've all heard about the 1938 radio broadcast of War of the World, right? Made a lot of people believe that Earth really was being invaded by Martians. Well, considering the name of the theater group that broadcast the radio drama, where should the aliens have come from? Mercury, New Jersey, next door, or Gallo? The infamous 1938 broadcast was presented by Orson Welles' Mercury Theater.
Flash, this just in. An army of evil Martian guys from Mercury have attacked.
Hit the buzzer for the value on this one. Up next, John Gray is an alien. Hey, are you a big fan of self-help seminars? I hope so. If you attend a seminar titled Men Are From Mars Attacks, Women Are From Venus, Goddess of Love, about whose differing emotional needs will you learn? Jack Nicholson's and Vanna White's. Jack is in Mars Attacks, and Vanna White plays Venus in Venus, Goddess of Love. So at the seminar, you'll learn coping skills like aggression release with golf clubs or just a good bowel movement. Hit that. Hey, way to go. You can use that for laundry. Your category is exploration and lubrication go hand in hand. And now you must figure out this analogy. Space probe is to pioneer as anal probe is to gyroscope, proctoscope, sphinctoscope, or rectoscope. Pioneer was a space probe sent out to explore things in space. A proctoscope is used to explore things in the anus. And they both take pictures of places few men have ever seen with their own eyes. Buzz in and tell me. Sinburger Rasta Flinger. This has got to be another gibberish question, huh? Yep, I was right. I could tell by the hot flash I got. Your gibberish category is fun. Remember, buzz in quick, the bigger prize you get. Okay, tell me what slogan this rhymes with. Take the bun, snort aboard, sir, and just ignore the punctuation. Come on, start typing and hit return. Hey, and if you're lucky, you'll meet Shaq and the little talking dog and the genius who thinks up their ad campaigns. Hit that buzzer and grab the highest value. Coming at you. To serve man. Okay, I want you to tell me which alien cleverly guised in human skin filed this report back to the mothership.
Quest for Earth takeover proceeding to plan. My Canadian citizenship and eerily powerful voice lulling Earthlings to sleep. The power of love makes my heart beat now. Agent 12, out.
Under which human name was this report filed? Celine Dion, Alanis Morissette. Agent 12 sounds an awful lot like Celine Dion. She's Canadian, sings The Power of Love, and Where Does My Heart Beat Now? Yeah, I can tell you exactly where your heart beats, Celine. Right between your two friends there. Slap your buzzer and we'll find out how much the next question's gonna be. Here's a little something I call Hannibal Lecturer. Here's the question. Considering the occupation of Anthony Hopkins' character in Silence of the Lambs, which of these could he most easily become after his people-eating days are over? An alienist is a doctor that specializes in legal issues surrounding mental illness, and Anthony's Silence of the Lambs character was a psychiatrist before he started eating folks. Silence of the Lambs. See, now, I never saw the movie, but I kind of figured it involved some, like, speech therapist for sheep. What's so funny? All right, buzz in and get your money. The category's gonna be come on in and SETI a spell. Look no further, here's your question. What does SETI stand for? Students of ET Inc. SETI stands for Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence. It's a program that tries to pick up radio signals from outer space. So I guess you could say the folks at SETI are like ham radio operators that have watched way too much Star Trek. Buzz in for the bugs, baby. This category is... I hear Groucho liked Independence Day. Now, the fun part. Considering its title, which movie would Karl Marx most likely think is about his theories? The Fifth Element, Men in Black, Cocoon, or Alien Nation? Karl Marx felt that capitalism is to blame for man's alienation from himself and society. He goes on to say that one alien chick is really sexy. Work that buzzer to choose the amount. Sweet fancy Moses, check out the opportunity you have to win here. And now, right before your very eyes, Dis or Dat. Here's the category for your Dis or Dat. Strange, but not a stranger. Check it out, I'm gonna read off 7 wacky sitcoms, and for each one I want you to tell me if it features an alien from outer space or an alien from a country outside the U.S. Cash in for each one you get right, and you lose some cash for each one you get wrong or don't get to. You got 30 seconds to get all 7. Let the magic begin. Third rock out of Mr. Belvedere. Taxi. Mork and Mindy. Perfect Strangers. Al. Lois and Clark. Hey, in case you didn't notice, that's a perfect score. Here's your current score. You feel good about that? Let's keep going. Hit the buzzer for the value on this one. This one's called Bubba versus the Aliens. Like it or not, it's question time. If President Clinton applied the Alien Acts to fictional aliens, what would you most likely see him doing? Barring John... The Alien Acts were unpopular laws passed in 1798, giving the president power to imprison or expel alien foreigners.
E.T. get one phone call.
Quiet, you little freak!
Oh.
Buzz in. Hey, kind of looks like you know what you're doing. Here's your category. Disco still sucks. Okay, excuse me, but didn't we learn back in the early 80s that disco sucks? Oh, Karl Marx, you were so right. Back then, disco was a tragedy. Now, it's only a farce. If some opportunist tried to regain the heady days of Studio 54 by opening a disco at Area 50...
What makes him so special?
Yeah. His security clearance.
Oh, okay.
Area 51 is that secret military facility in Nevada where they do secret military facility stuff in secret. Hit that buzzer and try to snag the highest value you can. Give me your poor, huddled masses yearning for a clue. What? Were you born in a foreign country? Now, open your luggage and get out your passport. 7 for 7. You really kicked your own ass there, didn't you?
Show where high culture and pop culture collide. This episode of You Don't Know Jack is brought to you by Eternity Plastics. We won't be around forever, but our products will. And now, here he is, the most dangerous man in trivia, Schmitty.
Hey there, welcome. So, you hop right up there on the Formica, huh? Oh, very classy. Well, let's see what other damage you can do. You know, there's more to the wonderful world of plastic than Formica. Check it out. But coming at you. Gilligan's Plastic Dream House. Okay, it's party time with 3,653 of my best friends. Which of the following Gilligan's Island characters is also the name of one of Barbie's friends? Marianne, Ginger, the Professor, or Mrs. Howell? Ginger is one of the castaways and is the name of one of Barbie's dolly friends. Hey, come to think of it, so is Skipper. Hey, I wonder if Barbie's Skipper made that same "don't" noise whenever she got hit on the head with a coconut. I want you to hit your buzzer and get the bell. Up next, new and improved plastic won't melt in the microwave. Oh boy, you've got half a tuna casserole left and you're all out of saran wrap to cover it with. Say you decide to cover your tuna casserole with sarandon wrap. In which of these movies will you not find any sarandon that you might use to cover your casserole? Well, you'd have to throw away your leftover tuna casserole because Susan Sarandon was not in A League of Their Own. Besides, you shouldn't be such a Penny Marshall pincher anyway. Buzz in for the bucks, baby. The category is... I'd crawl a mile just to sniff her trash. Yep, sometimes you just gotta stop and smell the garbage. Looks like it's time for a celebrity trash question. When you know whose trash I'm looking at, buzz in and then type your answer. Let's see, there's a receipt from a plastic surgeon, a book called 101 Ridiculous Faces to Amuse Your Friends, a pair of Candy's shoes, a copy of Playboy, and an MTV All Access Pass. Whose trash is this? Now's the time to Jenny McCarthy is the former Playmate and MTV employee with the rubber face and the plastic boobs. But in about 20 years, she'll be the ex-Playmate with the plastic face and the rubber boobs. Work that buzzer to choose the amount. All right, that'll work just fine. Tell me what you think of this category. It's like there's a rock band in my mouth. Check this out. Suppose you invite the Plastic Ono Band over for dinner. Considering the names of their albums, which entree will they probably like best? The Latex Solar Beef Brisket, the Glass Onion Soup? John Lennon's Plastic Ono Band put out an album called Shaved Fish. Although I gotta say, I think it's okay for fish not to shave. Makes them look European. Very nice, respectable. This one's called Amino Harm. Okay, time to use a little plastic sense and see if you can figure out this analogy. Amino acids are to proteins as model cars are to glue. Amino acids are the building blocks of proteins, and Legos are the building blocks of things like, oh, gee, I don't know, little toy houses. Hey, by the way, old man, did you build this little airport here?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, there you go. Take that, huh?
Oh, no.
Hit that buzzer and grab the highest bell. Skipper Twist Flatter Cousin. Wait a minute. This is one of those gibberish questions, ain't it? Yeah, now I'm sure I don't get paid enough. Okay, no more fooling. Here's your real gibberish category. I remember Germany and its hairdos. Remember, the sooner you buzz in, you'll make more dough. Okay, take a look at this phrase and see if you can figure out what it rhymes with. Schmidt's heavy hair do haunt Ruby. This could do it. Type in your answer and hit return. It's everywhere I want to be. Does that mean Cindy Crawford keeps credit cards in her underwear? I'm calling this one Worthless Junk of the Rich and Famous. Hey, did you ever wish you had your own Lear jet? It's pretty cool, believe me. Anyway, if your Lear jet were equipped with another invention developed by the plane's namesake, William Powell Lear, what might you have on board? A collection of 8-track tapes? William Powell Lear, the inventor of the Lear jet, also held a patent for the 8-track tape cartridge. Because, jetting all over the world ain't going to be the same without some PTO cranking through a low-quality stereo. Get that. There you go. Try this category. Mr. Potato Head, a cultural history. Okay, picture this. It's 1952, and you're the first kid on your block to have the new Mr. Potato Head toy. Given what the original Mr. Potato Head was made of, what could you also do with it? Make it. The original Mr. Potato Head consisted of eyes, ears, and mouths with sharp little points to stick into a real potato. Yep, another fine example of American ingenuity. In the third world, it's only food, but here, it's entertainment. I want you to hit your button. Oh, jackpot, baby. Now your category. Why Boogie Nights was in CinemaScope. So did you see Boogie Nights, right? You know how Marky Mark's character has that 13-inch penis? Which is obviously a prosthetic. Anyway, if the promos for Boogie Nights had referred to the Kinsey Report statistics on penile length, how could they have advertised the lead character? Dirk Diggler, twice the man you are. Dirk Diggler triples your pleasure. Dirk Diggler quadruples. According to the Kinsey Report, the average penis is 5 to 7 inches long, so Dirk's is about twice as big. Unfortunately, it looked like it had been glued on. I mean, you'd think the makeup people would have put a little more effort into blending and shading, you know? Not that I was paying any attention or anything. Buzz in and tell me how much the next question's...
I had some tiny plastics and Legos were their name-o. L-E-G-O-S, L-E-G-O-S, L-E-G-O-S. I stuck them up my nose-o.
Yes, well, welcome to Legos. Remember to hit your buzzer when the first letter of the answer lights up. That's how you win the cash. Collect all 5 letters and I'll give you the bonus. All right, we're going in. Singer Richie's Electric Train Set. Truly. Try to copy blinking light patterns. Simple, Simon. Alternative to Big Wheel. You are lead and mean. Shakespearean game, black and white pieces. Nice one, Iago. Just one more letter for the bonus. Talk to dead people with a what? Ouija. Doodle with dials and shake mistakes. Picture perfect. You got it. Legos. That's yours. Check out your score there. Make sure everything's in order. And we're moving on. Hit the button. This category is Dr. Disney. Wrap your head around this. Based on his or her idiosyncrasy, which Disney character would most likely consult a plastic... Dumbo's got big ears, so he might consider otoplasty, which is plastic surgery for the ears.
Well, what do you think, Doctor?
Well, Dumbo, the procedure shouldn't run you more than a few grand, and it's really not that complicated. I'll be done erasing in about 30 seconds, and you can be on your way.
Buzz in. Okay, well, maybe you're just getting the hang of it. Here's your category. Fee, fi, fo, fum. Oh, wait, turn on QVC real quick. Okay, suppose the giant from Jack and the Beanstalk seizes poor Jack and deposits him into a plastic bag. You know, to maintain his freshness. If the giant wants to seal the plastic bag containing Jack, which of these incredible infomercial products will deprive Jack of oxygen the fastest? The incredible food saver creates a vacuum seal around whatever's inside the plastic bag, so Jack would asphyxiate real quick like.
There we go. Now, if I could just find my Ronco rotisserie, I could make some Jack jerky.
Hit that buzzer and grab the highest value.
Is it a spoon? Is it a fork? No, it's your clue. Rhymes with spork. Which reminds me, I'm kind of hungry. I'll be right back.
That's it, you got them all. I mean, you know, who the hell else was going to get them, right?
Show where high culture and pop culture collide. This episode of You Don't Know Jack the Ride is sponsored by Rats. You'll come for the ribs and stay for the torture. And now, please welcome the one, the only, Schmitty.
Yeah, welcome to the show.
Not so fast, Schmitty.
Oh my God, Buzz, you're back.
Buzz is back, everybody. Hang on.
Yeah. That's right, Helen. I am back.
How did you get back up from the bottom?
Practice. That was a pretty Schmitty trick.
It was a joke. Hey, at least you had some company down there, right? Hey, how are the other guys doing?
You'll know soon enough. Step over here.
Buzz, my man, calm down. There's plenty of hosting to go around. I can share.
Well, I can't. Hey, when Nate Shapiro left, I was the chosen successor. Me. But no, the rest of you had to start weaseling your way into the picture. Well, not anymore.
Buzz, come on, it doesn't have to be this way.
Tell all your friends down there that Buzz is back.
Oh, well, Buzz, looks like you'll be able to tell them yourself.
Hiya, Helen.
Good to have you back, Nate.
Yeah, nice to be here.
Shall we?
Sure, just like old times. Let's do it.
And now, here's your host, Nate Shapiro.
Woo! All right, welcome to
the show. So, you think an ugly shirt is torture, huh? Well, you best get ready for some real pain. Okay, it's time to draw and quarter. Okay, pretty righteous. All right, here's your category. Torture the quarterback. Okay, put your finger on your buzzer and get ready. Here we go. If football players played on the gridiron used as an ancient torture device, what special equipment would they need to wear? Waterproof shoes, fireproof pants, crush-proof shoulder pads, or puncture-proof helmets? Fireproof pants? Whoa. A coach could literally light a fire under his players with that thing. Yeah, a gridiron is essentially an iron bed on which a victim is shackled, and underneath it they light a fire. Hey, let's try it on the Dallas Cowboys, shall we? Slap the buzzer and give me your value. There's your value, and the category you picked is called... We're best friends. We torture each other. Flight attendants, prepare for takeoff. Say your friend invites you over for a game of pillow winks. What would you honestly be able to say about the experience? I played until my fingers bled. It really made my... Pillow winks? Of course, it squeezes fingers and thumbs as a form of torture. So now you know the evolution of torture. First pillow winks, then tiddlywinks, and now there's Nintendo Thumb. Hey, buzz in to select the value. You know what? I think you'll actually be pleased about this. That's right, kiddo. It's time to find out what you're really made of. It is time to dis or dat. And this dis or dat questions category is... Instruments of torture. Okay, I'm gonna read off 7 names, and for each one I want you to tell me if it's a famous musical group, a medieval instrument of torture, or both. You cash in for each one you get right, but you lose out for each one you get wrong or that you don't get to. Alright, you can have 30 seconds to nail all 7. You ready? Well, you better be. It's showtime. Iron Maiden, Band Rolling Stones, The Rat, Steely Dan, Canned Heat, Catherine Wheel, Stravato. Well, you lost 2 of them, but at least you got the majority. Let's look at your total score. Yeah, okay, give it to me. Time that buzzer to select your... Okay, and the category for this one will be... What are you gonna do about it? I'm the president. Get your eyes focused on the screen. Here we go. If the president who coined the term bully pulpit had used it to be a real... That's right, you'll be getting a big can of whoop ass from Teddy and his Rough Riders. Yeah, you just better hope he doesn't use that big stick of his. Okay. Hey, sweet. Okay, here's what we're doing. Blued, thumb screwed, and tattooed. You got your finger ready to buzz? Okay, let's get it on. Let's pretend Sissy Hankshaw from the movie Even Cowgirls Get the Blues gets captured and tortured. If her kidnappers use thumb screws on her, how will they need to be modified? They'll have to be tiny. Sissy Hankshaw has these enormous thumbs she uses to hitchhike all over the place. But I'll tell you, if they did put on the thumb screws, they wouldn't have to tighten them too much to get her to talk. I mean, she is a real sissy. But she's good at pillow winks. And Nintendo. Okay, what's the value of the next question? There you go, that's something right there. Okay, here's your category. Punishment for habitual offenders. Hey, have you read Lord of the Rings? I hope so. Suppose the evil creature Gollum has captured one of the hobbits and has him shackled by his feet to an iron bar. What has he done? Strap Thorin to the Thorn, chain Bilbo to the Bilbo. Hey, nice work. I guess you must have used a Bilbo before. Bilbo Baggins is a cute little hobbit, and the Bilbo is a cute little iron bar that they use to shackle people's feet to for punishment. Buzz.
Bingo. There was a tune stuck in my head, and Muzak was its name. O-M-U-Z-A-K, M-U-Z-A-K, M-U-Z-A-K, and now I am insane. Oh.
Alright, welcome to Muzak. Okay, now don't forget, when the first letter of the answer lights up, that's when you buzz in to win the cash. Of course, if you light up all 5 letters, you get the bonus. Okay, let's make it happen. Here we go. Stay with the dustiest wind. Kansas. They are the world. USA. Sweet home blank. Get the lead out. One more letter, you got it. Here we go. Fast as lightning, expert timing. He's the Barry that wrote the songs. Bonus, baby! There you is, and here we go. Buzz it in. Thank you, and the category is... none of that at the dinner table. Okay, think back to all your Greek mythology classes and tell me... if you truly want to tantalize someone with a scrumptious banquet, what would you do to him? The naughty man named Tantalus was punished by the gods by having food and water placed just out of his reach for eternity. Man, sounds like the gods were running out of punishment ideas. I mean, what's next? Making someone's footwear just slightly too small so their feet are mildly fatigued by the end of the day? Okay, how much money am I giving away? I thank you very much, and here is your category. Andy Taylor gets something yanked. Right. Okay, so suppose the Andy Griffith Show took place in the Middle Ages. Just go with me on this. Suppose Andy needs a tooth pulled. Given that it's the 1400s, to whom would he go? In the Middle Ages, dental appointments were usually made with barbers who were also surgeons who could extract teeth.
Oh, Andy, that's a nice tooth, a real nice tooth. Maybe I'll just put a leech on it instead.
Okay. Hey, pretty sweet. All right, check it out. Please wipe off the equipment after litigating. Get ready to buzz, because here it comes. If your Stairmaster has its Master of Laws degree, what might be written on its business card? Stairmaster, JD. A Master of Laws degree is an LLM. Lawyers and Stairmasters, I'll tell you, you give them everything you got, and you still don't get anywhere. Time that buzzer to... Okay, the category is... how to sink $200 million into an Oscar. Okay, we all know the story, right? The Titanic hits an iceberg, it sinks, lots of people suffer and die. Then the box office has a huge hit on its hands. Let's say the Greek god of the sea, Poseidon, received a special Oscar for creating the iceberg Titanic ran into. If he thanked his mother in his speech, what would you hear? I gotta mention my sweet mother, Hera. I especially want to thank my mom, Diana. I won this thanks to my mama, Gia. Or I'd be nowhere without my mom, Rhea. That's right. Poseidon is the son of Rhea and her husband, Pepto-Bismol. Hey, woo! Fished in a big one. All right, the category is... sorry, I have a real dislike for aversion therapy. Okay, we're coming at you. Heads up. Say you're addicted to watching TV. If doctors want to cure you by having you watch the following TV series, what show will provide the longest continual averse stimulus? She's the Sheriff, Suddenly Susan, Family Matters, or Small Wonder? There are over 200 Family Matters episodes, each special in its very own way. And if watching all those doesn't cure you, they could just have Urkel come over to your house and say, "Hello," every time you turn on the TV. Slap the buzzer and give me a value. Okay, hotshot, keep your eyes on the screen. Here's your clue. What you shooting there, Tex? Yeah, it's a pretty big piece you got there. That make you feel powerful? That make you feel like a man? Is that what you need to feel like a man?
What are you talking about?
7 for 7! Of course, that only means you kicked your own ass.
Time for the show where high culture and pop culture collide. You Don't Know Jack is sponsored by the Midwest Rap Star Coalition. Music ain't worth getting shot over, bitch. And now, put your hands together and your feet in the air for your host, Nate Shapiro.
Woo! Hey there, welcome to the show, Ringo Starr. Are you ready to rock and or roll? All right, here we go. Watch me for the changes and try to keep up. Talk to me. Give me a value. There you go. Okay, the category is musicians like bad girls. Okay, now since this entire episode is about music, I thought I might share some of my very own music with you. This is a little something I call Countdown Music number 5. So, here we go. You remember the Donna Reed show? If so, you must be ancient. But anyway, what could TV good girl Donna Reed have done on her show to demonstrate her musical ability with a reed instrument? Could she have tongued a trumpet, fondled a fiddle, fingered a flute, or blown a bassoon? The bassoon is so reedy it has 2 reeds. Of course, the only problem is that Donna blowing 2 reeds at the same time might be a bit too saucy for Nick at Night. Okay, oh man, I got that much in my couch. All right, here's your category. A hero more worthless than Robin. 1, 2, 3, and... Hey, you know that famous quote that... Whoa, wait a second. Okay, there we go. Like I was saying, you know that famous quote that starts, music has charms that soothe the savage something or other? Well, anyway... If a superhero called Music Man had all the powers of music described in the complete quotation, what could he not do? The quote goes, music has charms to soothe a savage breast, not beast, to soften rocks or bend a knotted oak. And you know, as long as we're speaking of savage breasts, you know, watch out. I had a run-in with one of those and it nearly took my eye out. Okay, how much money am I giving away? That's what it's worth, then. Here's what it's called. The Measure of My Love. Okay. We're talking about music, we're talking about love, and we're talking... What the fuck?
Nate, did your Casio batteries run out?
This is ridiculous. I just put them in.
That's too bad, and I know we don't have 6 C-size batteries in the studio.
And how did you know what kind of batteries this takes?
Cue question.
Lame, Helen. Totally lame. Okay, so you're a bit obsessed. You've written 32 love notes to your significant other in musical terms. Which of the following is definitely true? Your 16th note is half as long as your 8th. Your 16th note was followed by... the number 16 is bigger than the number 8, but of course that means you can cram more 16th notes into a measure because they're half as long. So after 32 love notes, perhaps your friend will send you a letter. Maybe even a special one called the cease and desist order, freak. Buzz it in, baby. What do you want? Now that probably doesn't seem that high, but guess what? That's right, my friends. Sit back, crack your knuckles, because you're going to be dissing and that. The category for this diss or dat question is...
I saw the groupie first. I'm telling Mom.
Now, I'm going to read out the names of 7 musical groups, and for each one, I want you to tell me if the members of the band are blood relatives or not. Cash in for each one you get right, but you lose out for each one you get wrong or that you don't get to. All right, you're going to have 30 seconds to nail all 7. Get your fingers on those numbers. Here we go. The Doobies. Thompson Brothers. The Smiths. The Cowsills. Sister Sledge. The Brothers Johnson. The Bee Gees. Woo, baby! You rock! Check yourself out there. Okay, here we go. Okay, what's the value of the next question gonna be? There's the cash, and here's the category. I got a bad case of the aquamarines. Oh man, you know, this next question is about the blues, and I had this really cool riff worked out that I was gonna play before my keyboard died. But well, maybe I can just hum it for you. It was like bam bam ba dum bam ba ba da ba, and then there's like this really cool organ. Wee wee. Ow! Who threw that? Not funny. Not funny. I am the only one down here who gives 2 hoots about art. Okay. All right, let's go. Hey, which of these lines is not the blues? I sure ain't got no money. My baby done me wrong. I'm coping the same way Dad. Dune's not blue. It's a brownish shade of gray. So you're right. But let me tell you something. If you got the Duns, then I don't think even polka music will cheer you up. Buzzing for the bucks, baby. Okay, that's what's on the line, and here's the category. Sign of the yearbook. Okay, let's get this ball rolling. Given his actual first name, how do the artist formerly known as Prince's classmates probably refer to him? The high school student known as Paul, the high school student known as Perry, the high school student known as Barney, or the high school student known as Prince? You know, it turns out that the artist's given name is Prince Rogers Nelson. Yeah, he used to sign his friends' yearbooks.
You are too cool. Will you be my friend forever?
Slap your buzzer and... I guess this one will be for practice. Okay, here's the category. It took Americans to invent the jam session. Okay, get your fingers ready. Let's get busy. Who of the following could have jammed together? Beethoven and Jimi Hendrix, Wagner and Duke Ellington, Mozart and Spike Jones, or check... Let's see, they were both alive from 1840 to 1864, so yeah, they could have whooped it up together. Actually, I think they did do a piece together. Swanee Lake? Okay, hit your buzzer and try to snag the highest value. Ka-ching! Big hit! Here's the category. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. Okay, this is a fill in the blank, so pay attention and get ready to type. So you know how the white keys on a piano all have letters that signify the notes, right? Tell me which of these bands' names can be spelled from the letters assigned to musical notes. Go for it! ABBA! Man, that sure brings back memories. Great show, guys! Fernando totally rocked tonight.
Thank you, Nate. Yeah, thanks, Nate.
Why are you still here, you stupid American pig?
Yeah, I thought we got rid of you in Amsterdam.
Hey, guys, what's the problem?
I'll show you problem, you schnacken Gruben. How do you like that?
Pig's doing it.
Come on, Bjorn. Time for the encore.
Hey, guys! Do Waterloo! Oh, man. Those guys were so cool. Talk to me. Time for a little roadkill. Alright, you know what to do. Buzz in on the item that connects the pairs. And don't forget to pay attention to all the correct answers if you want that bonus. Okay, buckle up, because we're on our way. Here we go. Second largest ocean and NHL division. What do these two things have in common?
Score!
Space Shuttle and South Carolina Capitol.
Score!
Gary Kasparov's game and Broadway musical. Blank, and no man is one of these. go for the bonus. What do all the correct answers have in common? Are they all Elton John albums? Beatles pseudonyms? One-hit wonders? Styles of jazz? Van Halen songs? Record labels? That's it, you got it. You're ahead, baby. Time for your royalty check. Okay, get your bearings. The game continues. Hey, gotcha. Okay, coming up. The softer side of He-Man. Okay, get yourself set. It's time. If He-Man and the Masters of the Universe were joined by the Master of the Pan Flute, what action figure could you buy? Marzan, Shazam. Go, girl. Well, if there can be such a thing as a world-renowned master of the pan flute, Zamfir is it.
You mock me, Ingrid?
Zamfir, hey, what's up? How you doing?
Ow, jerk! That will teach you to mock the master of the pan flute, swine!
Damn, what is his problem? Now there is a guy who needs a serious lesson in cool from ABBA. Okay, this one's gonna be worth some coin. All right, here's your category. My, what large teeth you have. Hope you're ready, because here's one coming at you. Say you receive an invitation to an Osmond family wedding. Because they're Mormons, which of the following ceremonies might you see? The marriage of unborn Osmonds, the marriage of dead Osmond ancestors, Donnie and Marie getting married, or Donnie marrying 3 women at once? In fact, according to Mormon doctrine, you can conduct marriage ceremonies of dead ancestors by proxy.
Hi there, welcome. Can I escort you to your seat? Are you here for the dead groom or the dead bride?
Okay, kiddo, what's this one gonna... Hello! Nice shooting, baby. Here's your category. Cool. Flying cows. You got your finger ready to buzz? Okay, let's get it on. If the movie Twister had featured the original Twister, who would you have seen flying into the windshield of Joe Harding's truck? Little Richard, Fats Domino, Jerry Lee Lewis, or Chubby Checker?
Come on, baby!
One of Chubby Checker's biggest hits is The Twist, but it's not about tornadoes. Of course, Chuck Berry's My Ding-a-Ling isn't about bells. Okay, what's the value of the next question gonna be? Time for the attack. Whatever you do, don't forget this clue. The place for rock and roll. Okay, let's see you roll on. Rock on this. Damn, almost perfect. Of course, it's not like you have any friends to brag to.
show where high culture and pop culture collide. This episode of You Don't Know Jack, The Ride, is brought to you by new 52-card pickup 2000, available on PlayStation and CD-ROM. It's your favorite old card game with a cyber twist, all the fun and no bending over. And now, please welcome the original guru of trivia, Nate Shapiro.
Woo! Welcome to the game. Man, I figured you'd be out tossing the pigskin around. Although I guess it's easier to play a computer game alone than to return your own kickoffs, huh? Well, here we are. Shall we play a game? Okay, and that's going to be served up with a category called... When will this stupid game be over? Okay, you know how they always say that a sporting event isn't over till the fat lady sings? Suppose the saying went, it ain't over till the redhead tugs on her ear. Whose appearance would signal the end of... Yeah, Carol Burnett always ended her TV show with a tug on her ear. But to blend in with the athletes, maybe she'll also grab her crotch and spit. Okay, thank you, and the category is... that other trivia game. Hey, you know the game Trivial Pursuit recently came out with a 4th edition? Can you imagine that? 4 games of general trivia. Come on, guys, the well's gonna run dry, you know. Anyway, here's the deal. Which of the following is not a category in the Genus 4 edition? Geography was a category in the 1st edition. Which is fine with me, because I really couldn't give a flying crap about what the state flower of Alaska is. Sorry, Alaska. Buzz it in, baby. Okay, and the category for this one will be... Simon Says, unplug your computer. Okay, ready for a quick game of Simon Says? You better be. Here we go. Simon Says, stand up. Simon Says, slap your thighs with both hands. Simon Says, hop up and down. Simon Says, stop slapping your thigh with your right hand and start tapping your chin with your right hand. Stop slapping your left thigh. Simon Says, stop tapping your chin. Simon Says, stop hopping up and down. Simon Says, sit down, buzz in, and choose the answer that stays. Simon never said to stop slapping your left thigh. Okay, you can stop slapping your left thigh. Slap. Hey, sweet. Okay, here's what we're doing. Little balls and your sanity. Get your eyes focused on the screen. Here we go. Say you've lost all of your marbles. What game will you need? You need marbles to play Chinese checkers. Although it is tough to play when you're bound up in a straitjacket. And hey, Simon didn't say to stop slapping your thigh. Talk to me. There's your value, and the category you picked is called...
Look out! Gary Kasparov has a gun!
Get ready to buzz, because here it comes. Which of these lists contains, in order, a game animal, a piece in a chess game, and the setting... You got it! You know, and it's true that being out on a hunt is sort of like a big game of chess between you and the deer, until you blow its head off. Hey, buzz in to select the... Shotgun! Don't forget you gotta buzz in when you see the answer that unites the pair of items on the screen. And don't space out on the correct answers if you want the bonus moolah. Okay, baby, pedal to the metal, here we go. Safe Barracuda and Brave Blank. What do these two things have in common? Kick-ass combat pilot and Pet Detective Ventura. Anti-auto theft device and 5-iron. Batman villain and Steve Miller Band song.
Score!
A girl's best friend and Blank in the Rough.
Score!
Can lift a car and ran up the hill with Jill. Gardening tool and Detective Sam. that bonus. What do all the correct answers have in common? Are they all Monopoly pieces, glue weapons, Las Vegas casinos, versions of poker, board game manufacturer? Thanks to this. You failed it, rack it up. Way to hustle there, Sharky. Well, you're clearly beating yourself. I mean, nice whiff. Okay, here's your category. Leaving Lost Basement. Flight attendants, prepare for takeoff. Alright, let's say you're hosting this week's Saturday night poker game. If you want to make your rec rooms... Yeah, casinos usually don't have clocks in them, so the people lose track of time and gamble longer. Of course, you could also bring a few prostitutes down there. They go a long way in establishing atmosphere, too. Okay, I thank you very much, and here is your category. Your digestive tract at play. Okay, put your finger on your buzzer and get ready. Here we go. Which of these is the best explanation of peristalsis? Your colon is playing Marco Polo. Peristalsis is the wave-like muscle contraction that moves your food down your esophagus. Or for that matter, up your esophagus. Okay, what's the value of the next question gonna be? Oh, actually, it turns out that that's a pretty good pick. That's right, mi amigo. This isn't any question. This is the Dis or Dat. And this Dis or Dat questions category is... What are you wearing to the pool party? Well, I hope you're a pool player because I'm going to call off 7 billiard balls. And for each one, you need to tell me if the ball in question is a solid or a strike. Cash in for each one you get right, but you lose out for each one you get wrong or that you don't get to. All right, you can have 30 seconds to nail all 7. You ready? Oh, you better be. It's showtime. 8 balls, stop. 1 ball. 3 balls. 4 balls. 10 balls. 13 balls. 14 balls. 7 for 7. Woo! Nice job. Put it in the pot. All right then, let's spend the money. Okay, the category is... games that give you a buzz. Okay, here's the deal. Should have turned this stupid thing on. Hang on a second. Hello?
Hey, cuz. How you doing?
Buzz, what are you doing? I'm in the middle of a game here. Where are you calling from?
Where do you think I'm calling from? The bottom. We're all here.
Schmitty and Cookie and Guy, they're all down there with you?
Yeah.
Huh, very interesting. Well, you guys keep your clothes on and maybe I'll meet you down there eventually. See you later.
Wait a second.
What? I'm in the middle of a game. What do you want?
What do I want? What do I want?
Oh, cut the indignant crap, Buzz.
I want to host my own shows. That's what I want.
Yeah, well, get over it, kiddo.
Hey, look, I'm sorry things didn't work out.
What kind of is this supposed to be if I don't get my own shows, huh?
Buzz,
huh?
How about I give you your own guest host question?
No, I want my own shows, Nate.
Buzz, calm down for Christ's sake. Do you want to host a guest question or no?
But I don't have a question.
Well, how about the one about the Buzz game?
Really? You'd let me do the Buzz game question?
Sure. Why not?
Well, it's just that when you left, the last thing you said is, never do the Buzz game question. Never, 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 never.
Well, now you can! Okay.
Okay. All right, then. Do you remember that game Buzz when you start counting and replace numbers with the word buzz? What a great game. All right, take a look at the following sequence and see if you can figure out the number that's causing the buzzes. 52, 53, 6 is the magic number. In Buzz, you pick a number, and whenever that number or a multiple of that number comes up, you say buzz.
Well, there you go, Buzz. You did the Buzz game question.
Yeah, that was cool. Now, about doing a whole show.
See you, Buzz. Well then, that was very entertaining. Let's get on with the game. There you go. Okay, the category is... live long and kick some butt. All right, we all know that Mr. Spock from Star Trek has that nifty ability to mind meld with people, right? So tell me, because it involves melding, what activity would Mr. Spock be really good at? Shuffleboard, cards, horseshoes, or pool? Meld means show your cards, basically. So Spock might be melding if he's playing, say, a game of Pinochle. Yeah, that's right, Pinochle. Go ahead, make your jokes. Buzz it in, baby. Okay, and that's going to be served up with a category called Sunny Day Chasing the Clods Away. Okay, think back to your Sesame Street watching days and tell me, which one of these things is not like the others? Oscar the Grouch, Spam, Prince Albert, or Nerf Ball? The Nerf Ball is the only one that doesn't come in a can.
Hello?
Yeah, do you have Prince Albert in a can?
No, I don't.
Okay. Do you have Marv Albert in a can?
What?
Okay, kiddo, what's this one gonna be worth?
Here's your clue, and you can quote me on this one. In their own Are you listening to me? Hey, over here. In their own worlds. Okay, pay attention.
Wow, 7 for 7! Of course, that only means you kicked your own ass.
Time for the show where high culture and pop culture collide. This episode of You Don't Know Jack is brought to you by Recoveraholics Anonymous. Addicted to addiction recovery programs? We can help. Call us. No, wait, don't call us. Bad. And now, please welcome your host, Nate Shapiro.
Betting on the Super Bowl, huh? I know your type. Sprawled out on the couch with the game on, chugging beer, telling dirty jokes, and seeing who can fart the loudest. Yeah, you're a real piece of work, you know that? It's time to rid yourself of a few bad habits. Okay, what's the value? There's the cash, and here's the category. You're a bad habit to break. Alright, so let's suppose you finally decide to clean up your act and go into drug rehab. Now that you're in detox, what activity will you not be allowed to take part in? Yeah, it turns out that 8-ball is a common name for any of the various forms of methamphetamine people put in their bodies. And I kind of wish someone had told me that before I stuck this pool cue in my... Well, you don't really want to know this, do you? Time to... Okay, that's what's on the line, and here's the category. Hi, my name is Habitual Drinker. Okay, get your fingers ready, let's get busy. Let's say there's a splinter group of Alcoholics Anonymous whose members do want their names to be known. What would the group call itself? Anonymous means bearing a name. Apparently there's also a group called Alcoholics Anonymous.
I drank a lot. I imbibed, I swigged, I guzzled.
Okay, that's enough.
Gotcha, okay, coming up. Coffee shop bullies. Okay, all you matadors, put down your cappuccinos and answer this analogy. Olé is to with milk as
Olé
is to
Bull Charge! Bravo!
Or
Mommy!
Nice job, kiddo.
Bravo!
The crowds of bullfights yell Olé or Bravo to praise the bullfighter. And when they add milk to their coffee, they take the stir and they stab over and over and over. There you go, that's something right there. Okay, here's your category. The incredible edible toenail. Hope you're ready, because here's one coming at you. If you not only bite your nails, but also eat them, what nutritional value do they supply? Hey, should I get the steak or the nail biter special? Nails are a hardened form of keratin, which is a protein. But you really want to bring out the flavor? A little earwax makes a fantastic dip. Hey, buzz in to select a value. If that's what it's worth, then here's what it's called. Get your feet off the coffee table. Well, if you're any good at this game, I'm going to guess that one of your vices is channel surfing. If you wanted to get off your lazy butt and actually surf a channel, where should you go? The Hudson River, the Gulf of Mexico, the Red Sea, or the Bering Strait? The Bering Strait? Let's see. It's a narrow body of water that connects two larger bodies of water, and that's what a channel does. Of course, one of those bodies of water is the Arctic Ocean, so you might want to just stay home and watch a Discovery Channel special on it instead, with some potato chips and beer. You know, unless you can scrounge up something special.
Hey, honey, will you pass the toenails?
Talk to me. Who's got a taste for chicken? Alright, you know what to do. Buzz in on the item that connects the pairs. And don't forget that bonus. Pay attention to all the correct answers. Okay, we're shifting out of first gear here. Let's do it. Blues Traveler singer and makes popcorn. What do these two things have in common? The Jack Blank Show and the Blank Hill Show. And b-ball game with letters. David's ammunition and blank the gas bomb. Infant plant and good pal.
Score!
Equals about 2.7183 and cable network. Spend frivolously and charms blank pop. Bonus time! What do all the correct answers have in common? Are they all cigarette brands? Beer brands? Scotch Black? Shebang! You got it, you burnout! Well, you're in first place, that's for sure. Okay, thank you, and the category is... Everything starts an hour late around here. Okay, get yourself set. It's time. Suppose Georgia O'Keefe were on Eastern Standard Time. Who of the following should definitely... Georgia is located in the Eastern Standard Time Zone, and Minnesota is in the Central Standard Time Zone. But you know what? I object to the term fats, because he wasn't fat. He was just overfilled with love and snack cakes. Yeah, a lot of snack cakes. Buzz it in.
There's your value, and the category you picked is called the famous seafood diet.
Hey, Sally, can you help me with this question over here?
Ew, Nate, disgusting. Quit talking with your mouth full.
Well, just look into my mouth and tell the folks at home what you see.
Okay, whatever. Looks like there's some egg, pie crust, maybe bacon, and a little bit of Swiss cheese.
Okay, what am I eating? Okay, so if you remember playing Steal the Bacon with Cookie, you know that piece of rain is a custard pie made with egg, cheese, cream, and bacon.
Okay, I help. Now will you close your mouth?
Okay. You want to play looky?
What's looky? Ew, quit it!
Gotcha. Okay, kiddo, what's this one gonna be worth? Now that probably doesn't seem that high, but guess what? That's right, my friend. Get your fingers ready because it's time to play the Dis or Dat. The category for this Dis or Dat question is... Are we pumped or what? Okay, I'm going to list off 7 products. Now what you have to do is tell me if each item is caffeinated or not caffeinated. Cash in for each one you get right, but you lose out for each one you get wrong or that you don't get to. Alright, you can have 30 seconds to nail all 7. And here we go. Perfection! Alright, count it. Alright, there's where you're at, kiddo. Let's keep going. Buzzing. There you go. Okay, the category is... Pick not thy nose, saith the Lord. Okay, let's say televangelist Jimmy Swaggart preaches a sermon on bad habits inspired by the Old Testament book of Leviticus. Because it is not specifically forbidden by the book of Leviticus, which of these would Jimmy Swaggart not proclaim? Avoid clothing made of different fabrics, thou shalt not eat rabbits, do not have sex...
Well, cuz, he didn't tell us not to.
Woohoo!
But listen, make sure you only have sex with your cousins who don't have any tattoos, have never eaten a rabbit, and wear 100% cotton. Hey, buzz in to select the value. Hey, pretty sweet. All right, check it out. My kind of political party. All right, so after years of not being able to vote, women were finally granted suffrage in 1920. Considering what else happened in 1920, what would suffragettes not have been able to do while waiting in line to cast their ballots? Chug beer, sniff glue, smoke cigars, or wear pants?
I'm sorry, ma'am. You're under arrest.
But it was a light beer.
Prohibition also began in 1920. Time that buzzer to select... Okay. And the category for this one will be... Never mix Coke and objectivism. Okay, let's get this ball rolling. How might a drug dealer use the philosophy of Ayn Rand to defend his career choice? Got my rational self-interest to think about. Man!
Look, officer, I got my rational self-interest to think about here.
Well, okay then, you're free to go.
Ayn Rand promoted objectivism, a form of capitalism that encourages people to live for themselves. Okay, what's the value of the next question going to be? It is time to Jack Attack. Here's your clue. Who was naughty? Was it you? Were you the little bad boy? Was it you, you little bad girl?
7 for 7! Of course, that only means you kicked your own ass.
Time for the show where high culture and pop culture collide. This episode of You Don't Know Jack the Ride is sponsored by Birth of Christ Miracle Carpet Cleaners. Jesus Christ, that's one immaculate carpet. And now, here's your host, Nate Shapiro.
Woo! Hey, welcome! Age before beauty, huh? Glad you were able to scoot your ancient bones up to the keyboard, Grandma. That's right, you got yourself down to the BC floor, and that means the bottom's coming. Sooner than you think. Good luck. Okay, and that's going to be served up with a category called... Who died and made AD the new era? Okay, we're coming at you. Heads up. What's the PC way to write BC? BC means before Christ. BCE means before the Common Era. Makes sense to me. I mean, not all of us are Christian, for Christ's sake. I mean, Jesus. Slap the buzzer and give me a bell. Okay, the category is... a debate older than Christ. Hey, you know how there's that ongoing debate between drinkers of Bud and drinkers of Bud Light, right? Well, if there were a debate between something that hops and a hoplite, what would be involved? A grasshopper and a caveman, a kangaroo and a Greek soldier, a pogo stick and the Sphinx, or a jackrabbit and some primordial sludge? That's it, you got it. Hoplites were the soldiers of ancient Greece. They, in fact, were neither less filling nor tasted great, but man, they made some killer statues of naked women. Buzz it in, baby. Okay, this one's going to be worth some coin. All right, here's your category. BC really stands for before CNN. So do you remember CNN correspondent Arthur Kent's nickname during the Gulf War? Yeah, he was the big old Scud Stud. If there had been televised coverage of the Peloponnesian War, which of these historians might have become the Spartan Stud? Livy, Thucydides. When he wrote about the war between Sparta and Athens, Thucydides became the first Western historian to cover current events. And unlike Wolf Blitzer, he was not mocked for having a silly name. I thank you very much, and here is your category. I ain't no good with numbers and letters. Get ready to buzz, because here it comes. According to the commutative laws of mathematics, which of these is equal to BC? According to the commutative laws of math, B times C is the same as C times B for any numbers B and C. Honestly, I don't even know who makes these laws. I mean, God knows I don't remember electing any mathematicians. Okay, hit your button.
Bingo.
There was a man with Roman hands and slaps her what he got. O-R-O-M-A-N, R-O-M-A-N, R-O-M-A-N, and now he's black and blue. Oh.
Welcome to Roman. Okay, now remember to buzz in when the first letter of the answer lights up in order to win the cash. You snag all 5 letters, you get the bonus. Okay, let's do it. Fiddles like Henny Youngman. D-card, what's the answer's first letter? Group sex. Be all you can be in the blank. Roger that. People's Blank of China. Race Publique. The blank man in the sea.
tribal planet. Here at the Mad Hatter's party. Forward march. Stuck between Pluto and Uranus. Woo! Roman! You got the bonus. Shabba-dooba. Okay, let's keep going. Buzz in for the buck. Thank you. And the category is where NASCAR racers go to die. You know how during a race car drivers have to periodically pull their cars into the pits, to change tires and oil and wash windshields and stuff? Anyway, if NASCAR driver Dale Earnhardt accidentally pulled his car into the La Brea tar pits, what would he most likely run into? Moon? The La Brea tar pits are in Los Angeles and contain a bunch of prehistoric animal skeletons. Sounds like another one of them Tyrannosaurus Rex. Get it? Rex? Car accidents? NASCAR? Okay, that's what it's worth then. Here's what it's called. The Gods of Classic Rock. Alright, you might know that Rome used to be ruled by a triumvirate, which is a small group of people who shared control. Well, tell me this then. In its heyday, which of these classic rock bands ruled by triumvirate? The Kinks, Led Zeppelin, Queen, or Rush?
Hello, Rome! So you love the classics? How about a little Bytor and the Snow Dog?
Those three Canadians make a triumvirate. And you know what? No matter what Bryan Adams fans say about there being a new emperor, Rush still rules. Hey, buzz in to select the best. Hey, nice going, big spender. Here's what we're doing. Not British, yet not Colombian either. Okay, get your fingers ready. Let's get busy. Which NBA team's home is in BC? Is it the Grizzlies, the Raptors, the Timberwolves, or the Jazz? Take it. The Grizzlies. British Columbia's hoopsters are from Vancouver. But keep it under your hat. The folks in Vancouver aren't really wanting for the word to get out about it. Slap your buzzer and... Ho! Looks like it's time to run over poor defenseless animals. Don't forget you gotta buzz in when you see the answer that unites the pair of items on the screen. And don't forget to pay attention to all the correct answers if you want that bonus. Alright, you ready? Let's punch it! Band better than blank and poet pound. What do these two things have in common? Baseball's babe and Buzzy from laughing. Blank and Andy and Cornflake Girl Tori. Frontiersman Boone and actor Dane Lewis.
Score!
Actor L. Jackson and playwright Beckett. Piano man Billy and Ethan Cohen's partner.
Score!
Wasserstein's the Heidi Blank and Bradbury's the Martian Blank. Okay, heads up for the bonus. What do all the correct answers have in common? Are they all gods from Greek and Roman mythology? Jesus' apostle, Roman emperor, dinosaurs on land of the lost, Greek philosopher, books of the old. You nailed it, rack it up. Holy Moses. Well, welcome to the promised land. Here's your milk and honey. Hey, your finger's still feeling limber after that? Hope so.
Toss it in, baby. What do you want? Pretty righteous. All right, here's your category. Pharaohs with monkeys on their backs.
Flight attendants, prepare for takeoff.
Suppose an ancient Egyptian addict tried to shoot up with Cleopatra's needles. What would probably be his biggest complaint? This tree branch is a killer. The stone obelisk is hurting my arm. This boat is filthy, or the spear is too short. Cleopatra's needles are two huge stone obelisks that are now eroding in New York and London. Yeah, they really shouldn't leave dirty needles lying around. Talk to me. Give me a value. Gotcha. Okay, coming up. Yabba Delta Do. Okay, put your finger on your buzzer and get ready. Here we go. Considering the meaning of the prefix Dino, what could you assume about the Flint? He's a terrible pet. I mean, he doesn't even look like a dog. Time that buzzer. Okay, that's what's on the line, and here's the category. What's 5 miles long and full of spacemen?
Get your eyes focused on the screen. Here we go.
If the space station on Babylon 5 crashed in ancient Babylon, with what wondrous thing would it most likely collide? The Hanging Gardens of Babylon is one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. The Egyptian pyramids are the only wonders left today, and I'll bet the other 6 were destroyed by the Centauri Republic.
Damn those Centauri bastards!
Buzzing. I'd like to introduce a special guest for this Jack Attack, one of our editors, Brian Chard.
Thank you, Nate. Ready? Here's your clue. Hello, I'm BC. This is a Jack Attack all about me. Good luck.
Wow, 7 for 7! Of course, that only means you kicked your own ass.
Time for the show where high culture and pop culture collide. This episode of You Don't Know Jack, The Ride, is brought to you by College & College, serving the upper middle class mature student since the Reagan administration. And now, here's your host, Nate Shapiro.
Woo! Hey, welcome! So, I'm in the presence of beauty, am I? Wow, no wonder I'm feeling all warm and gooey right now. Alright then, let's see if you're as smart as you are beautiful.
Okay, there's the cash, and here's the category. Drive-through beauty treatments. Okay, listen up.
Excuse me, Nate.
Ray, I'm about to start here. What's up?
Well, you know how this episode's all about beauty, right?
Yeah?
Well, in the spirit of the episode, some of us decided to treat you to a pedicure.
Ray, I don't want a pedicure.
Why not? Because of your toenail fungus?
Wow. Thank you. Thanks for telling the whole world.
The way your toenails are all yellow and thick and crumbly?
Thanks, Ray. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
They're really gross looking.
Well, that's why I wear shoes, Ray.
A nice pedicure could help.
It's a fungus, Ray. I'm taking pills for it. Can you leave now?
A little polish wouldn't hurt.
Question, please. Thank you. Okay, which of these might be part of the Big Mac jingle? Do also patty, special hair dye, lettuce, cheese, lipstick, onions, or on a cotton ball bun? Mac is known for its fabulous cruelty-free lipstick, such as Viva Glam, a favorite of RuPaul's. And I mean, what other endorsement do you need? Okay, kiddo. Hey, pretty sweet. All right, check it out. Being beautiful hurts. Okay, get yourself set. It's time. Alright, let's say you're at a salon having your eyebrows, lips, and legs waxed when you notice your stylist is saving the wax to make life-size figures. Madame Tussauds is famous for her museum filled with life-size wax models.
Ouch! This is perfect for Hitler's mustache.
Okay, what's the value of the next question going to be? Oh! Actually, it turns out that that's a pretty good pick. And it's time to boogie down with some particularly funky trivia. It's time for the Dis or Dat. And this Dis or Dat questions category is makeup exam. Okay, I'm going to read off 7 names, and for each one, I want you to tell me if it's an actual line of makeup or a brand name that I just made up. Cash in for each one you get right, but you lose out for each one you get wrong or that you don't get to. All right, you're going to have 30 seconds to nail all 7. Get your fingers on those numbers. Here we go. Wet Wild. Urban Decay. Street Stain. Dumpster Dive. Neckbender. Manic Panic. Hard Candy. Oh, man. Baby, you bad. Well, you're clearly beating yourself. Okay, how much? There's your value, and the category you picked is called The Incredible Mr. Furley. Hey, you know that cliche about your lover's beautiful eyes being 2 limpid pools? Does anybody know what that means, really? Suppose there's a new Don Knotts movie out called The Incredible Mr. Limpid. What's Don's character's abnormality in this film? He can't get it up, his skin is... I know that's right. Limpid means clear or transparent, so we get to see Don Knotts' guts. Talk to me. I thank you very much, and here is your category. I don't look this good naturally. Okay, now everyone's probably heard horrible tales of detox. You sit in a little room and spend your time shaking and feeling sick. Well, believe it or not, there are worse things, and they're called beauty treatments. If you have Botox treatments, what will the doctors do to you? Shoot laser beams into your eyelids, break your jawbone and reset it, inject... Botox or botulism toxin treatments involve getting botulism strains injected into your forehead to make wrinkles disappear. But you know what? Save yourself some money. You can get the same effect from eating badly canned peaches. Buzz it in. Hop in, baby. Alright, you know what to do. Buzz in on the item that connects the pairs. And don't forget that bonus. Pay attention to all the correct answers. Okay, let's get off the side street and hop on the highway. Here we go. Where's a halo and Hell's Biker gang member? What do these 2 things have in common? Wonder Woman's jet and Fantastic Four woman. James Brown, Godfather of Blank, and a disembodied spirit.
Score!
Playboy centerfold and little igloo cooler.
Score!
Blank daddy and equal competitor. go for the bonus. What do all the correct answers have in common?
Are they all Melrose Place characters? Teen Magazine, Girly Drinks, MTV VJs, Hard Candy Milk? That's it, you got it! Oh my god, you're like totally right!
Okay, get your bearings. The game continues. Hey, bud. Thank you. And the category is... They don't call me the strikeout king for nothing. Okay, let's pretend for a minute that you're playing baseball. Ready? Say instead of getting a signal to steal home, your coach gives you the signal for stealing beauty. Into what will you be sliding? Natalie Portman's boyfriend, Christina Ricci's diamonds, Gwyneth Paltrow's ear, or Liv Tyler's virginity?
And she's heading for home. No, she's stopping at third. She can't seem to decide. Oh, she's taking the cold shower.
In the movie Stealing Beauty, Liv Tyler is looking for the right guy to be her first time. She wouldn't even let me into the stadium. Time that buzzer to select... Okay, and that's going to be served up with a category called... Let's freeze Beauty's bra while she's asleep. Okay, let's get this ball rolling. If Sleeping Beauty suffers from nocturnal enuresis, what will she do in her sleep? Talk, snore, urinate, or walk?
She is so beautiful. But why is she always dressed in yellow?
Nocturnal enuresis is also known as bedwetting, but Sleeping Beauty is still beautiful, as long as she stays on the rubber sheet. Buzz in for the bucks, baby.
There was a barber had a pole and then he got it pierced. Oh, S-A-L-O-N, S-A-L-O-N, S-A-L-O-N. Now he's a stylist. Oh.
Welcome to the salon. Okay, now remember, to get the cash, you gotta buzz in when the first letter of the answer lights up. Of course, if you light up all 5 letters, you get the bonus. Okay, let's kick it in. The belly button on an orange. Navel. Clean dirty cash through a third party. Payday. Not gay or crooked. Go, girl. Ear beer has less one. Out gay. One more letter for the bonus. A cake that is stacked. Layers. A compulsive preoccupation.
Obsession.
There's all 5. Salon. Bonus, baby. There you is, and here we go. Okay, kiddo, what's... Oh, come on, that's hardly worth my time. All right, here's what we're doing. The Miss Objectified pageant. Okay, we're coming at you. Heads up. Let's say there's a Miss America the Beautiful pageant where the winner has to fit the description of America in the song. Which of these attributes would the winner not need? A fruited plain. Amazing grace. Amber. Amazing grace. How sweet the sound.
And after we crown thy good, the brotherhood will ogle you from sea to shining sea.
Oh, yay!
Okay. And the category for this one will be... no more for me, thanks. I've stuffed my bra. Hope you're ready, because here's one coming at you. Which of these is a wunderkind wearing a wunderbra? Tori Spelling in a padded top, Bobby Fischer in falsies, Stephen Hawking in a stuffed halter, or Dolly Parton in a bustier? Man, no wonder folks are searching for Bobby Fischer. Yeah, a wunderkind is a child prodigy, and I hear Bobby liked to distract his opponents by leaning way over the chessboard and flaunting his fake cleavage. These kids. Hey, sweet. Okay, here's what we're doing. Don't get your booty caught in the zipper. I probably don't have to remind you, but they say big is beautiful. If you wanted to buy Mother Earth a pair of Levi's jeans for her birthday, about what size waist would you need? Waist equals 6,800 miles, waist equals 7,000. Mother Earth's circumference is actually 24,902 miles, but, you know, she likes to buy a smaller size. You know, and let me tell you something about Mother Earth. In the right pair of jeans, that girl does not look a day over 4 billion years old. Okay, how much money am I giving away? Time for the attack. And baby, this clue is a beauty. A 1 in a million clue. Some women are so hot, you have to call them a dumb name. Wow, 7 for 7! Of course, that only means you kicked your own ass.
Welcome, the ride is beginning now. So whenever you get shiny, just call for makeup, okay?
It's time for the show where high culture and pop culture collide. This episode of You Don't Know Jack, The Ride, is brought to you by the Fraternal Order of Fashion Police, protecting you from your outfit. It's a crime, honey. And now, here's your host, Nate Shapiro.
Woo! Welcome to the game! So, I understand you like to rummage through your grandmother's underwear drawer and try on her stuff. Very trendy. Alright then, zip it up and tuck it in. It's glamour time. Hey, buzz in to select. There's the cash, and here's the category. The Emperor's New Couture. Alright, ready? Say a fashion designer comes up with a line of clothing called the Emperor's New Clothes Collection. If the Emperor's New Clothes Collection captures the essence of the story, which of these insincere compliments might the designer hear at a runway show? The hot new trend is go girl. If something is diaphanous, it's so finely textured it's transparent, like the Emperor's non-existent clothes, or the model's non-existent body fat. Time that buzzer to select your value. I thank you very much, and here is your category. All the best designers are geldings. So you ever heard someone who's always concerned with their clothes called a clothes horse? If a tailor were to measure a clothes horse in the way a horse's height is measured, what would he use?
Your chest is 2 hands across.
Masher.
When measuring horses, 4 inches equals a hand. It makes sense. I mean, tailors always measure my inseam with their hands, and I'm hung like a horse. Okay, how much money? Okay, the category is... Fashion tip number 27. What to wear with a pearl necklace. Get ready to buzz, because here it comes. If Jackie Kennedy had made her suits popular, to what would she have matched her pillbox hat?
I never, ever shave after Labor Day.
Hirsutism is excessive body hair, which goes a long way to explain the Bigfoot killed Kennedy conspiracy theory. Okay, what's the value of the next question? Hey, pretty sweet. All right, check it out. Guessing games. Okay, get your fingers ready. Let's get busy. Guess who founded Guess? Was it George Marciano, Calvin Klein, Nicole Miller, or Steve Madden? Come on, you're just guessing. George Marciano founded Guess Fashions. He loves to play little games that one. So cute. Slap the buzzer and give me a value. Ho! Looks like it's time to run over poor defenseless animals. Alright, you know what to do. Buzz in on the item that connects the pairs. And don't forget that bonus. Pay attention to all the correct answers. Alright, you ready? Let's punch it. Drug smuggler and donkey and horse hybrid. What do these two things have in common? Inflates bike tires and blank up the jam. $1 and author Pearl has blank. Apartment in England and soda without the fizz.
Score!
Barely a bikini bottom and braided leather whip. To kick out an army recruits camp.
Score!
Where you wait for trains and a candidate runs on her blank. Okay, heads up for the bonus. What do all the correct answers have in common? Are they all events at a fashion show? Magazine departments? Exotic leathers? Stylish equipment? Shirt style? Types of shoes? Shirt style! Events at a fashion show! Magazine department! Stylish equipment! Types of shoes! That's it, you got it! Well, the shoe fits. Wear it. Check yourself out there. Okay, here we go. Buzz it. There's your value, and the category you picked is called... I wonder if she wears boxers or briefs. Hey, remember Diane Keaton and Annie Hall? She dressed in menswear like vests and ties? Well, which of the following historical figures could have given Annie Hall the best fashion advice? Jane Austen, Florence Nightingale, Joni dressed like a man to fight against the English in the mid-1400s. And then at the end of the movie, she leaves Woody Allen and gets burned at the stake. Talk to me, give me a value. Okay, that'll be our value, and the category is... I'm turned on just by her smile. You know the opening credits for the Mary Tyler Moore Show where Mary Richards throws her cap in the air while we hear the theme song's tagline, "You're gonna make it after all," right? Well, if Mary threw her cervical cap into the air, what would be the best choice for a new tagline? You're gonna get permed after all. You're gonna do it after all. A cervical cap is a form of birth control. And let me tell you, if Mary's throwing her cervical cap in the air, girl has got some major muscle control. Okay, hit your buzzer and try to snag the highest value you can. Okay, that's what's on the line, and here's the category. I'm sorry. Flight attendants, prepare for takeoff. What's sarong? Nothing, it's just a wraparound skirt. I don't want to talk about it. A sarong is a wraparound skirt. But really, it's nothing to get upset about. Okay, kiddo, what's this one going to be worth? Okay, and the category for this one will be... What smells? Okay, get yourself set. It's time. If Hugo Boss wanted to create a cologne from a Hugo Award winner, which of the following fragrances might they produce? The Hugo Awards are given for science fiction literature, and Isaac Asimov was a science fiction writer. And then you'd smell like ass. Come off. Buzz it in, baby. What do you want? Now that probably doesn't seem that high, but guess what? That's right, my friend. Get your fingers ready because it's time to play the Dis or Dat. And this Dis or Dat questions category is... Nice slacks. Alright, I'm gonna read off a list of 7 cartoon characters, and for each one, I want you to tell me if they're typically shown wearing pants or not wearing pants. You cash in for each one you get right, but you lose out for each one you get wrong or that you don't get to. Alright, you're gonna have 30 seconds to nail all 7. Get your fingers on those numbers, here we go. Donald Duck, pants. Porky Pig, Mickey Mouse, Jiminy Cricket, Longhorn Leghorn, Goofy, Bugs Bunny. Woo, baby! You rock! There you is, and here we go. Okay, how much money am I giving away? Well, could be worse. All right, here's your category. Mom used to wear one of these, now Dad does. You know, contrary to popular opinion, girdles are not a thing of the past. There's this one you've probably heard of called I Can't Believe It's a Girdle. Well, if you really can't believe it's a girdle, who you calling a liar? Maiden form, Ananias. Playtex is the manufacturer of the I Can't Believe It's a Girdle girdle. Right, Dad?
Son, you'll believe it's a girdle when I take this thing off.
No, no! Yeah, my eyes!
But buzzers. That's what it's worth, then. Here's what it's called. Dress to kill or be killed. Get your eyes focused on the screen. Here we go. What would have been the best fashion tip dancer Isadora Duncan could have gotten? Don't forget to zip up. Don't wear a scarf or you'll catch your death. Modern dance pioneer Isadora Duncan was killed when her scarf got caught in the wheel of her sports car. Ow. Time that buzzer to select your value. Okay, fix your collar, dust that dandruff off your shoulders, and remember this clue. Where'd you find that get up? Alright then, let's see if you can get it up for this. I think I mixed metaphors there. Wow, 7 for 7! Of course, that only means you kicked your own ass.
Welcome. The ride is beginning now. How many contestants are there? All by yourself? Well, no worries. There'll be enough trivia and comedy for 3 humans. Is this your first? Oh, that's wonderful. I'm so happy to have you back. Now I will ask you to type in. Poor thing. Didn't your parents give you any consonants when you were born? Too bad. I need to remind you that your buzzer is the letter B. You're almost at the bottom. Good luck. Oh, and if it's yellow, don't drink it.
It's time for the show where high culture and pop culture collide. This episode of You Don't Know Jack is brought to you by Death Valley Water and Power. Water schmotter. How about a nice cool glass of sand? And now, put your hands together and your feet in the air for your host, Nate Shapiro.
Woo! All right, and how we doing? So, you'd rather die than drink your own urine, huh? Man, you will never know what you're missing. Okay, let's dive in. Okay, this one's gonna be worth some coin. All right, here's your category. It's the water he has to bear. You got your finger ready to buzz? Okay, let's get it on. Say you're at a restaurant and your wait person is the sign of the zodiac known as the water bearer.
I mean, come on, you're a water bearer, right? Bear some damn water.
Mind your manners, boy. I'm 1 billion years older than you.
Oh, please, don't pull that Age of Aquarius crap.
You want water? Here's your stinking water. Don't bother firing me. I quit.
Okay, kiddo, what's this one gonna be? There you go. Okay, the category is 14 karat gold water. Hey, Ray? Hey, can I get a glass of water here?
I don't know. I guess.
You know, if you can manage to bring me a glass of water, that'd be great.
Okay, I'll try.
All right, thanks, Ray. Man, the closer you get to the bottom, Ray's stupid factor just gets higher and higher. How could conservative politician Barry Goldwater have written out his last name using atomic symbol?
If I were president, there'd be no pinko welfare, so there'd be more gold for old and dead white guys like me.
AU is the atomic symbol for gold, and man, what a great campaign idea. I mean, someone's got to step up and win the votes of the American chemists. Buzz it in, baby. Okay, the category is... 'Cause Waterman sounds like he's got a bad bladder.
Okay, get your fingers ready. Let's get busy.
Suppose Aquaman tries to help the victims on James Cameron's Titanic. What will he be able to do? Teleport all the passengers onto land? Suck a...
I'm king of the stupid superpowers.
Aquaman's big power is talking to sea creatures. Time that buzzer to... There you go, that's something right there. Okay, here's your category. Too wet for TV. Hey, you ever catch the Ricky Lake show anymore? Yeah, I didn't think so. On the next Ricky Lake, which body of water would not tearfully confess, I'm a lake too, Ricky? The Salton Sea, the Caspian Sea, the Bering Sea, or the Dead Sea? The Bering Sea is a sea, see? So the Bering Sea would never get any TV time, unless it came on and flashed its tributaries to the camera. Hey, buzz in to select the value. Chump change. Nice picking, kid. Okay, here's your category. A doctor a day keeps the apple away. Hey, Ray, how about that glass of water?
I'm still looking.
Okay, so they either don't have any water this close to the bottom or Ray is a complete idiot. I'm pretty thirsty, so I'm going to hope that Ray is a complete idiot. You ready? Which of these what cliches would be best explained by a hematologist? That's blood is thicker than water. Hematologists study blood, and in their spare time come up with zingers like, you can't get blood from a turnip. I love that one. I don't know what the f*** it means, but I use it all the time. Talk to me. Spleen folder cleaning flake. No. No, oh God. Look, this is the last one of these things I'm doing, okay? This is it. All right? I can't believe Guy actually read any of these things, so I don't know why I'm doing it. All right. The gibberish category for this question is... Ma caught us drinking and tanned our hides. Remember, the sooner you buzz in, the more money you'll make. Okay, here we go. Tell me, what phrase does this rhyme with? Bet you find the beers. Go for it. Type in your answer and hit... Can I be honest with you? I never understood that phrase. I mean, what the hell does that mean anyway? You got a terrible perspiration problem? Okay, that's what's on the line, and here's the category. Everyone put your car keys in the punch bowl. Flight attendants, prepare for takeoff. If you invite a bunch of partying animals over, which of the following rowdy guests will most likely reproduce in your pool? Mosquitoes? Yeah, they breed like crazy around water.
Okay, everybody, out of the pool. Oh my God, they're naked!
Pretty righteous. All right, here's your category. Who is Montezuma and why does he want revenge?
Ray! I'm practically dehydrated here. Where's my stupid water?
Here you go, Nate. Here's your water. But I'm not sure if you should drink it.
You can't hand me a glass of water and tell me not to drink it.
Okay, you can drink it, but it's your intestine.
Come on, how bad could it be? What do you think? Which of these would I probably not get from drinking the water? Hepatitis A, typhoid fever, cholera, or malaria? I'd only get malaria if I partied in the pool with the mosquitoes. They'd have to do it in the pool, have a bunch of kids, and then bite me. See, malaria is kind of like like a bug VD. Okay, that's totally wrong, but you get the idea. Okay, hit your buzzer and try to snag the... There's the cash, and here's the category. Looking for love in lowbrow places. Let's see here. Hey, check out this personal ad. Single male in search of anyone who can appreciate my offbeat sensibilities, like pencil-thin mustaches, drag queens who eat poo, serial killer moms. Call me, baby. Tell me, who placed this ad? John Waters, Devon... Beauty. The guy with the mustache who makes all those campy movies like Pink Flamingos and Serial Mom is John Waters. Okay, how much money am I giving away?
Oh my God!
Oh my God! Oh boy, you are not going to believe this. That's right, kiddo. It's time to find out what you're really made of. It is time to dis or dat. The category for this dis or dat question is... Which is thicker, yours or mine? Alright, I'm going to list off 7 things, and for each one, I want you to tell me if it's something found in blood or something found in water. You cash in for each one you get right, but you lose out for each one you get wrong or that you don't get to. Alright, you're going to have 30 seconds to nail all 7. And here we go. Pointing. Plasma. Hemoglobin. Leukocyte. Platelet. Crustacean. Grouper. 7 for 7. Woo! Nice job. Put it in the pot. Yeah. Okay. Give it to me. Buzz in for the bucks, baby. Oh, come on. What is that? I got that much from my allowance when I was 11. All right, here's what we're doing. Older than dirt? Try a mud bath. Get ready to buzz, because here it comes. If hydrating creams promise to turn you into a mythological hydra, what would you have besides plumper, younger-looking skin? 9 heads, golden fleece, 1 eye, or bare breasts? 9 heads! Hey, cosmetic companies will make a mint off of you. The second labor of Hercules was to chop the 9 heads off of the serpentine hydra. Yeah, pretty inexpensive plastic surgery, but man, it left a nasty scar. Buzz it. There's your value, and the category you picked is called... It's not the first time I've wanted to be a camel. Hey, I hope you're a Longfellow, because this is a question about poetry. Samuel Coleridge once wrote, "Water, water everywhere, nor any drop to drink." What does he really mean? I'm in a water-filled studio, and I'm
I admit it, mateys. I'm lost. The fresh water's gone, and I've a dead bird on me necklace.
Coleridge's ancient mariner killed the bird and brought a curse on his crew who died of thirst. And then the ancient mariner's parrot kicked his ass. Okay, kiddo, what's this one gonna be worth? Okay, hotshot, keep your eyes on the screen. Here's your clue. Just add water. Not that a little chocolate sauce would hurt either, but, well, anyway. Wow, 7 for 7! Of course, that only means you kicked your own ass.
Hello, ready to ride? All right then. How many of you are there? One player? Great, I'll keep you company. Is this the first time on the ride? Excellent. It's always great to play with experienced professionals. Please type in your name. Perfect, thank you. As you know, your buzzer is the key with the B on it. Again, welcome to the ride, and I'll see you at the bottom.
It's time for the show where high culture and pop culture collide. This episode of You Don't Know Jack, The Ride, is brought to you by Splat Lunch Meat, spreadable lips, anuses, and teats for over 35 years. And now, here's your host, Nate Shapiro.
Woo! Hey there, welcome to the game. So, you're not a chicken, huh? Well, you might need a little tenderizer. I like my trivia like I like my meat. Well done. Don't disappoint me. Okay, what's the value? Gotcha, okay, coming up. How about some nice blue meat? So we all know pork is known as the other white meat, right? Which of these could be known as the other red meat? Ostrich, terrapin, iguana, or spaminal? Ostrich meat is becoming more and more popular in America, and it's considered a red meat. But the thing is, even though it's a red meat, it tastes just like ostrich. Talk to me, give me a value. Wow, big payout time. Okay, heads up. Beef. It's who's for dinner. Okay, put your finger on your buzzer and get ready. Here we go. If you buy some ground chuck at the market, who will definitely not be tonight's main course? A space traveler in the 25th century would not be ground chuck, but ground buck. Besides, who's got 5 centuries to cook these days? Time that buzzer to select your... Wow! That sucks. Anyway, here's what it's called. Where did you guys meet?
Get your eyes focused on the screen. Here we go.
At what hotspot would you expect to find the elite meet? At the Yuppie's Choice Cabaret, Cookies Cutter Microbrew Loft, the Alumni Town Select Ale House, or the Primetime Martini Lounge? The elite meat is prime, the highest grade. You know, it's the same principle that makes Sam Donaldson of Primetime Live so out and out sexy.
There was a farming cannibal and flesh is what he ate. Oh, F-L-E-S-H, 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 and then he ate my mom.
Welcome to Flesh. Okay, now remember to buzz in when the first letter of the answer lights up in order to win the cash. You snag all 5 letters, you get the bonus. Okay, let's do it! Psychic Blank Network. Cinderella has an evil what? Stepmom. A divorced spouse is your what? X marks the spot. This blank is your blank. Plan. Caramel on a stick. Steve Martin film parent what? '80s Michael J. Fox sitcom. Made from Adam's rib. Eve. All you need is what? I love you. Lifetime show about the reef. Home sweet what? Home sweet home. 1 letter away. Blank and white. Hobby. Mother's hobby. Daddy. Hey. Flash. You got the bonus. All right then, let's spin the money. Hey, buzz in. That's what it's worth then. Here's what it's called. Great with wine. Just drink a lot of it first. Okay, I'm going to recite a recipe, and you have to tell me the name of the artist we're making. Ready? 1 pound of ground Marvin a day, 1 pound of bulk Jim Steinman, 1 cup Rocky Horror crumbs, 1 bat beaten, mix ingredients. Meatloaf was born Marvin a day, and one of his most popular albums, Bat Outta Hell, was co-written by Jim Steinman shortly after Meatloaf appeared in the film version of the Rocky Horror Picture Show. And in the Rocky Horror Picture Show, he does get served up later for dinner, sprinkled with a little Tim Curry. Okay, hit your buzzer and try to... Hey, sweet. Okay, here's what we're doing. Would you like your pigskin stuffed? Okay, I want you to imagine if all the teams in the NFL were actually companies that did something related to their team name, like the Steelers actually rolled steel, the Jets ran an airline, that sort of thing. If the Green Bay Packers were actual American meat packers, which of the following would be true? They'd be the NFL's highest paid team, they'd be the NFL...
Oh! That's it. I'm taking up something safe, like pro football.
Of all U.S. industry workers, meat packers have the highest illness and injury rate. But, I mean, the glamour totally makes up for it. Okay, this one's going to be worth some coin. All right, here's your category. Free giblets with your subscription.
Okay, get yourself set. It's time.
Given the term that describes animal organs such as livers, kidneys, and intestines, what magazine would you expect to write about them? Barron's, Field and Stream, Variety. Yeah, because leftover meaty bits of a butchered animal are indeed called the variety meats. And the magazine's headline would be, Putrid Pig Parts Make Parker Posey Puke at Party. Buzz in for the I thank you very much, and here is your category. Free order of fries with each government job. Okay, let's get this ball rolling. Where would you be able to order a nice juicy Warren burger? The Capitol Hill Deli, the White House Chief Justice Warren Burger served on the Supreme Court from 1969 to 1986. And you know what? After 17 years, the guy got pretty tired of jokes about his sesame seed buns. Hosanna Pie Rivet Master. What the hell is that about? Oh my God, you gotta be kidding me. We were doing these stupid questions in Volume 1. These are the dumbest. They don't even rhyme. I mean, it's ridiculous. And where the hell are we? What are we, in a cage? What is this? All right. The category for this gibberish question is a seaweed and potatoes kind of guy. Remember, the sooner you buzz in, the more money you'll make. Okay, here we go. Tell me, what does this rhyme with? Clam fur? Sure. Kelp? Duh. And as usual, the punctuation is just there to throw you off. Go for it. Type in your answer and hit return. Now, if they can just come out with Baloney Helper, I'd be all set. Okay. Well, could be worse. All right, here's your category. Okay, who went wee all over the carpet? Okay, we're coming at you. Heads up. Given the normal slaughtering age of little piggies, when should you chop off your child's toes and send them to the pork processing plant? When your child is less than a year old? That's right, baby pigs are usually slaughtered when they're 6 to 7 months old for pork processing. Now, you've seen those tiny little sausages in jars, right? Well, I don't want to ruin anyone's appetite, but watch out for toenails. Okay, the category is... Where do pork rinds fit in? Hope you're ready, because here's one coming at you. According to the USDA Food Pyramid, which of the following snacks does not count toward your daily meat and proteins intake? A bologna sandwich? According to the USDA, bacon is not a meat. It's a fat. But not to worry. Judging by the age that little piggies are slaughtered, it's just baby fat. Talk to me. There you go. Okay, the category is... The devil made me eat it. You got your finger ready to buzz? Okay, let's get it on. Let's say you're a cop and you're investigating the scene of a crime committed by Satan worshippers. What clues will you probably
What's wrong, Lieutenant?
I'd just like to get my hands on those healthy-eating little bastards.
Yeah, Seitan is a meat substitute made of wheat gluten, which I'm gonna guess tastes as disgusting as it sounds. Time that buzzer to select your value. It is time to jack attack. Here's your clue. What you got stuck between those buns? Yeah, it's a little sticky in there. I'd keep your finger on your buzzer if I were you. Wow, 7 for 7! Of course, that only means you kicked your own ass.
Welcome, the ride is beginning now. You're almost at the bottom. Some might say you're getting warm, so make it a good game.
It's time for the show where high culture and pop culture collide. This episode of You Don't Know Jack, The Ride is sponsored by the Hot and Caffeinated Beverage Council. The Hot and Caffeinated Beverage Council would like to remind you, hey, at least our products don't contain alcohol. And now, please welcome your host, Nate Shapiro.
All right, my little dainty one. Welcome to the game. And if you actually like iced tea, then I'm sorry to say you're going to be terribly disappointed. I do say, don't scold yourself. Okay, hit your buzzer and try to snag the highest value you can. I thank you very much, and here is your category. Marge Simpson is hot stuff.
Hope you're ready, because here's one coming at you.
If Homer Simpson's boss, Mr. Burns, were actually named second-degree burns are characterized by blisters.
Smithers, come in here and rub some ointment on my blisters.
Right away, Mr. Burns.
There you go. Okay, the category is a hot treat for desert.
Get your eyes focused on the screen. Here we go.
If you stumble across a goby in the Gobi Desert, a goby is a small fish whose days in the desert are numbered. Kind of like Saddam Hussein if you think about it. There's your value, and the category you picked is called Hot Burning Souls Fresh from the Kitchen.
Okay, get yourself set. It's time.
Considering the location of Hell's Kitchen, where should Satan hang? Hell's Kitchen is in New York City. And of course, that means Hell's Bathroom is in New Jersey. Hey, but time for a little roadkill. Alright, you know what to do. Buzz in on the item that connects the pairs. And don't forget to pay attention to all the correct answers if you want that bonus. Okay, baby, pedal to the metal. Here we go. Past loss equals old blank and go down in blank. What do these two things have in common? Barbiturates and commies.
Score!
To insult and to be angry.
Score!
Sol and Alpha Centauri and Tans.
Score!
Terminate someone and determination. Not angels and little scams.
Score!
Qualifying race, and it's not the humidity.
Score!
Bonus time! What do all the correct answers have in common? Are they all Rick Serves War? Brands of Candy? Action Flicks? Skin Injuries? Think Like You're Open? That's it, you got it! Nice job, Jocko! Shabba-doo-bop. Okay, let's keep going. Time that buzzer to... Hey, pretty sweet. All right, check it out. Son, you've got a panty on your head.
Get ready to buzz, because here it comes.
Let's say in a sequel to the movie Raising Arizona, they actually...
It sure ain't a pretty sight. Mormons scattered everywhere. Huggies as far as the eye could see.
Utah is directly north of Arizona, so that's who would get bumped. But don't worry, I'm sure little Nathan Jr. will be fine. Okay, and that's going to be served up with a category called... I'll have some patty cake with that, please. Ready? For this one, you need to remember your nursery rhymes. Buzz in and type when you've got the answer. Here we go. Besides those that like it hot and those that like it cold, how do some like their peas porridge? Go for it. Yep, some like it in the pot, 9 days old. Hey, speaking of which, I got some spaghetti in a pot at home. 9 days old, if anyone's interested. Buzz it in, baby. What do you want? Okay, that'll be our value, and the category is Fahrenheit 4077. Okay, put your finger on your buzzer and get ready. Here we go. Which of the following would be the most appropriate thing to say about Hot Lips Houlihan? She's Major Houlihan to you. And you know how she got the nickname Hot Lips? Because Frank burns. Okay, kiddo, what's this one going to be worth? There's the cash, and here's the category.
And God did smite those who boogied and got down.
Okay, now we all know how the Bible says God caught Adam and Eve eating forbidden fruit. Well, suppose God had caught Adam and Eve doing the forbidden dance. What condemnation would have been heard? The lambada is also known as the forbidden dance. Now, I know forbidden dance sounds exotic, but the truth is it was actually forbidden because it makes you look like an idiot. Buzzing for the buck. Gotcha, okay, coming up. I feel feeny. Hey, you know at the beginning of Laverne and Shirley, they sing that little song that begins with Schlemiel, Schlemazel, Haas and Pfeffer Incorporated? Well, what might you expect them to sell at Schlemiel, Schlemazel and Haas and Pfeffer Incorporated? Haas and Pfeffer is a spicy rabbit stew. Tastes great with a Schatz beer or a Milk and Pepsi.
Bingo.
There was a kid who had no dog, a beach ball was his pet. O-B-E-A-C-H, B-E-A-C-H, B-E-A-C-H, pathetic's what he was, oh.
Welcome to the beach. Okay, now remember to buzz in when the first letter of the answer lights up in order to win the cash. You snag all 5 letters, you get the bonus. Okay, let's make it happen. Here we go. Blank of the vanities. Bonfire! Stripper equals blank dancer. Sexy. Robbie Benson movie Ice Blank. Ice Castle. Dummy muscles. Work that body. One more letter for the bonus. Swimsuit or ice.
Bikini.
Blank in hotel chain. Holiday. Here's on boat. Beach. Bonus, baby. Hey, your finger's still feeling limber after that? Hope so. Okay, that's what it's worth then. Here's what it's called. It's not hot hot, it's spicy hot. Flight attendants, prepare for takeoff. Say the Spice Girls add a new member to the band. Because it's the name of an actual spice, who could be their newest member? Whorehound is a minty spice. It's also supposed to be kind of bitter. Maybe if they'd settle down and try a real relationship instead of hopping from bed to bed. Time that. Okay. And the category for this one will be... It makes me hot. So, hot enough for you? Yeah. Yes, indeed. It sure is hot. Why is it getting so hot? I'm like sweating over here. God, we must be getting pretty close to the bottom. Slap your buzzer and give me a value. Okay, hotshot, keep your eyes on the screen. Here's your clue. hot fun in the summertime.
Okay, last one in's a rotten egg.
Nate?
Helen, what are you doing?
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Are you crazy?
We're out of questions, Nate.
Oh.
So, I guess this is it.
Yeah, I guess it is. Well, Helen, nice working with you.
Nice working with me. This has been a total living hell.
Yeah, you're right.
Blow it out your ass, Nate.
Right back at you, Helen. Well, that was harsh. Man, I can't see a thing down here.
Ow! Oh, what the hell was that? Who's over there?
Schmitty?
Guy, get the light, will you?
Hey, Nate.
Hey, Nate. Hey, Nate. Good to see ya.
Hey, cuz. Welcome to the bottom.
Hey, how you guys doing? Jesus, this place stinks.
Yeah, it does kind of smell like aerosol cheese down here.
Whew. If it were a Glade scent, I'd call it morning bedclothes.
So, any place down here I can get a quick shower?
Yeah, right over there, past the merry-go-round. See it? There.
But the sign says dwarves only.
Oh, for the love of Pete, just give the koala bear a couple of bucks. He'll let you in.
Wait a second. That's it? That's the end?
Yeah, man, they played all the floors.
And that's it? Nate takes a shower behind the merry-go-round?
I think there's also a Scotch hose out behind the commissary.
Guy, I think what Buzz is trying to say is that it would be kind of a letdown to end it all with Nate getting into the shower.
Oh, even with zest?
I don't think that matters.
Hey, you guys, I got an idea. Okay, so, you're done with the ride, you've made it down to the bottom with us, so, what do you want us to do for the finale?
Schmitty?
Yeah?
What are you waiting for them to start talking or something? Like they're going to hear us? Like we're going to hear them?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, give them 4 choices.
Right, give them 4 choices, right.
We could do a touching, sentimental wrap-up.
We could do a wrap-up that's unsentimental and tasteless.
We could reveal Old Man's true identity.
Or we could play the mother of all fart sound effects.
Okay, that's 4 choices. We only do 4, of course. So what do you think? So, anybody got anything to say? Schmitty?
Yeah, actually, I'd like to say a few words. You know, it's not often the 5 of us get a chance to be together. And I just want to let all of you know, forget it, can't pull it off. I hate you all.
Well, hosting You Don't Know Jack Sports opened up a whole world of ball and sack jokes to me.
I'll tell you, it's been a real pleasure for me to get to say the words if, say, and supposed.
Yeah, and most likely.
Which would be a phrase. Yeah, it's been a real thrill to say those words about 50,000 times.
And how about all those fantastic hours sitting in a small dark sound booth reading the same damn thing over and over again? And the category is, and here's your category, and this category is about, like it's all spontaneous or something.
Yeah, what a crock.
No kidding.
Okay, enough of all this mushy stuff. I'm hitting the shower.
What do you guys want to do?
Well, hey, there's a big screen TV right over there. What do you say?
I'm there.
Yeah, baby, come on.
Well, let me start off by saying that doing this entire series has been a complete pain in the ass.
Yeah, you can say that again, brother.
But now it's over. You're at the bottom.
The bottom? We'll give you the bottom.
Ready?
You don't know crack! Yeah, there's your bottom, baby! Woo! 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 Woo!
All right, old man, you're on.
Really? Oh, what should I say?
It doesn't matter what you say. Just sing a song. Say some freaking words. Keep them happy.
Okie dokie. You know, these people play 25 hours of this game and all they get is me on a stick. Yeah, pruny man, schooly up, schooly man. I don't need schooly up. Ah! My spleen is broken. Scootin', scooty-gotty. How you doing? Hello? Where's my other eye? I only have one eye. One eye. Hello, I'm dancing at the hot feet. Scoopy, skilly-doo. I'm flying.